series. Tigers and Red Sox go at it. And a reminder, if Detroit combines for 3 or more home runs in this game, make sure you bring a copy of the box score to a participating Arby's location tomorrow. Get a free small order of curly fries. You can find a copy of the box score in your newspaper or at the Tigers page at foxsportsdetroit.com. Terry Francona has filled out his lineup card tonight, trying to make it 2 straight over the Tigers. And his lineup card is presented by Honda Bloomfield. Marco Scutero leads it off. He'll play shortstop. Dustin Pedroia is at second base. Victor Martinez will catch. The middle of their lineup has Euclid at first. Ortiz, the DH. Beltre is at third base. Career against Willis. Really good numbers. Drew, Hall, and McDonald, your bottom 3 tonight for the Red Sox. Here's the scouting report on Dontrelle, presented by Scott's Lawn Pro.
Well, Dontrelle just needs to stay on the track, and really he's been good all year long, and particularly his last 3 starts, 1-1 with a 2.60 earned run average. He's had a lengthy layoff, which sometimes presents problems for sinker ballers. They try to throw too hard, and the ball straightens out on him, and he'll not only need to throw good strikes today, but he'll need to throw some quality strikes on the edges to this outstanding Boston Red Sox offense. Let's take a look at the Tigers defensively, always presented by Beaumont Hospitals. You got Casper Wells in left field making his major league debut in this ball game tonight. You've got Inge in the infield with Everett and Sizemore, Cabrera, Gerald Laird for the 2nd consecutive night behind the dish, and D-Train is towing the rubber.
Well, it's our first look at Casper Wells, as you mentioned, making his big league debut. It's got to be an exciting night for him.
Oh, no question about that, but he reminds me a lot of Brennan Bosch. I've been watching Casper for the last couple of years in spring training. He carries himself like a big leaguer.
Let's check out the numbers on Dontrelle coming into the start tonight.
Who would have thunk it? 3.99 earned run average, 29 1/3, 21 strikeouts, league hitting .259 against Dontrelle.
So Willis, feeling a whole lot better than he did when he was supposed to make his last start, is ready to go to work, and he'll face Marco Scutero here to lead it off. It'll be Scutero, Pedroia, and Victor Martinez. Lights are on here at the ballpark. Started to cloud up a little bit, but still a pleasant evening. 62 degrees, our game time temperature.
It will be interesting to see how the Boston Red Sox come out early against Dontrelle, whether they're very active with the bat or whether they're somewhat patient.
First pitch is low to Scutero, who was 1 for 5 in the opener last night with a run scored. Now the 1-0 pitch. 2 balls and no strikes. Scutero at .268. A couple of home runs this year. He has taken over the leadoff slot with the injury to Jacoby Ellsbury. Now the 2-0 pitch. Way inside. 3 balls and no strikes.
Yeah, this Boston team really not clicking on all cylinders right now. Scutero not necessarily doing what he's going to do, and they've got a couple of other offensive pieces that have gotten off to slow starts. And you mentioned the fact that Ellsbury not playing, but yet, as a team, they're right up there in the top 3 in a lot of categories.
Ball forward to Scutero. Leadoff man is on. It's a walk to Marco, and that's going to bring up Dustin Pedroia. Well, Pedroia made his presence felt early in the ball game last night, homering to give the Red Sox a quick 2-0 lead. It was a lead they would never relinquish.
Gerald Laird's plan tonight, as it always is with Dontrelle, is to set up right down the heart of the plate early in the count, and if Dontrelle's efficient in first pitch strikes, then he can move to the outer edges. But right now, Dontrelle has not found the strike zone in 5 pitches.
Pedroia now with 8 home runs. That homer that he hit last night, the 50th career home run in his, well, early part of his career at this point. There's a strike call. 1 ball, 1 strike on Pedroia. Good gathering here tonight as the Tigers take on the Red Sox. They'll have them here tomorrow as well. Then Chicago comes to town. Two and one. Willis has not allowed more than 3 earned runs in any of his last 3 starts. His last start coming on the 4th of May at Minnesota. 3 runs in 5 1/3. In the air toward right field. Maglio backing up. And 1 gone.
You may remember that start. Dontrelle was pitching in a little bit of traffic real early in that game, but After the very first inning, he went on to post some nice numbers, and Ron Gardenhire, the manager of the Twins, had a lot of praise for Dontrelle after this outing.
Struck out 6 and 5 1/3 through 97 pitches on May 4th. One gone. Here's Victor Martinez.
And we told you last night that this year, for whatever reason, Victor Martinez lethal, hitting right-handed, but scuffling as a left-handed batter. Therefore, just a .234 batting average as we start play here tonight. But he's a legitimate 300 hitter and an outstanding swinger from both sides of the dish.
He's crushed left-handed pitching at .412 this year. Recently picked up a 1,000th hit of his career, and that was on the 8th just a few days ago against CC Sabathia. Blocked by Laird, holding the runner at first base. 2-0 on Martinez.
And since Martinez has come to the big leagues back in 2004, no catcher has hit more doubles or driven in more runs than Victor. And we saw a lot of that because he was in the same division with the Cleveland Indians before being traded to Boston last year.
Yeah, 7.5 years worth with the Indians.
He didn't like that last call.
Looked like it might have been a touch inside and a touch up, but home plate umpire Ron Culpa gave it to him. Martinez 17 RBIs. Scudero, the runner at first base. He led the game off with a walk. Now the 2-1. Lifted toward right, but foul. 2-2 on Martinez. Victor last year joined the Red Sox in a trade. We mentioned 7.5 season with Cleveland, and Martinez really didn't disappoint a whole lot in the second half after the trade for Terry Francona. He hit .336 with the Red Sox. Part of the house cleaning that the Indians have gone through the past couple of years. Some big time players have gone through there. A wave and a miss, and Martinez is out of there. 2 gone.
Some real nice tailing action with that fastball. And Dontrelle has thrown fastballs already in this game anywhere from 84 to 91 miles an hour. This one is at 87. Good two-seam fastball. And you can see the late movement with the pitch that slides outside that Victor couldn't hold up on.
Here's Euclid with 2 outs. Had a double in the ball game last night, 1 for 3, and he's batting .304.
This guy's a good player. He's a gamer. I mean, he is a gamer. Really good player on both sides of the ball.
He has also crushed left-handed pitching this year at a .429 clip.
Their team overall has done a pretty nice job against left-handers in the win column. They are 8-4 this year in games started by left-handed pitching. In the last 3 starts against left-handed starters, they have knocked the starter out before the 5th inning. So they've been rolling against lefties.
Ball high.
Dontrelle just does not seem right to me yet.
A little out of whack.
Yeah, the tempo and something just doesn't seem right.
Well, the extra time off may be it. If he can get through this first inning, that'll be a confidence boost. That's way outside. 3-1. You've got Euclid up there right now. You've got David Ortiz, despite the fact that Ortiz, who was on deck, hit 2 homers last night. He has really struggled against left-handed pitching.
I think that's the only reason why he's in the game today is the fact that he hit 1,000 feet of home runs last night.
There's ball 4, so it's another walk for Willis.
And this is what Big Papi did last night against Max Scherzer. This is the first 450 feet from home plate, one of the longest home runs ever hit at Comerica Park. And then he pulled his hands in nicely in another fastball that was off the plate and he hit it and kept it fair.
Well, Pena at 461, Munson at 457, Chipper Jones at 453. Only 3 guys have hit longer home runs in this ballpark. Ortiz now on that list.
This is where Dontrell has excelled his big league career against left-handers. Left-handers hitting only 205 against Dontrell in his career. They're hitting at a 220 clip this year.
Still have the shift on for Ortiz, even with a couple of runners on base. There are 2 outs.
And the left-hander on the mound. And it looks like Dontrell's pitching him away. Here's a shift. Everett right behind the second base bag.
Here's the 1-1. This is the first ever meeting between these two, believe it or not. Of course, Dontrell, the majority of his career over in the National League with the Florida Marlins prior to coming to Detroit a couple of years back. 2-1 on David Ortiz, who this year is just 3 for 19 against left-handed pitching. And they're batting .213 overall. There's a strike call.
It's a well-located fastball away from his arm side. And they got quite a bit of plate. It looked like it was on the black outside, but second look, that ball was pretty much right down the middle.
Missed it away, run it full now at 3-2, which will start the runners here with 2 outs. Beltre waiting on deck, the right-handed batting third baseman. The Red Sox trying to take an early lead again here tonight. They scored 5 in the first inning last night.
And this is where Big Papi becomes dangerous in a predictable fastball count.
And a swing and a miss, down he goes. Willis pitches out of the jam and breathes a big sigh of relief. They will lead a couple.
Lester's one of the best left-handers in all of baseball. A lot of people don't know a whole lot about him, but his stuff is absolutely lethal. 3 earned runs in his last 4 starts, and most of his work has come at Fenway Park. 5 of his 7 starts have been at home, and just a small sample of going up against the Tigers. 1 career start against Detroit, and he lost and didn't fare very well.
So he takes on Austin Jackson here to start things off. Strike 1 on Jackson. Austin 1 out of 4 in the ball game last night, and his average now is at .342. He has slowed down a bit offensively on this homestand. No balls, 2 strikes.
Lester has all 4 pitches. A fastball anywhere from 92 to 96 miles an hour. He's got a cutter that kind of acts like a slider. a curveball and a changeup as well. But this cat has got some really good stuff. As a matter of fact, Johnny Damon believes that Lester is probably the best left-hander in the game of baseball today. High praise for the left-hander.
The 0-2 sails a little bit outside. Lester, a 15-game winner last year with an ERA of 3.41. Here's the 1-2. Chopped toward third base. Scooping it up is Beltre. And Jackson is out, one gone.
Well, let's take a little bit of a look at John Lester and just how he gets it done on a nightly basis. I was watching some video on him in the clubhouse today, and boy, he's got some nice sink. He's got some run. He's got a little cutter. Got a little slider. Keeps the ball south of the knees. He's pretty good. But nobody would have known this. I mean, since the beginning of 08, this is where he ranks with all left-handers. All left-handers.
So here's the rookie, Casper Wells, in his first big league at bat to face Lester.
I mean, you start talking about Cliff Lee, CC Sabathia, Mark Burley. Some good ones.
An impressive list. He was the Red Sox Pitcher of the Year last season. Here's the 1-0. Ground ball to short. Scudero has it there, and Wells is out by a step.
Let's take a look at the rest of Terry Francona's defensive ball club behind Lester. Hill, McDonald, and Drew in the outfield. The infield is Beltre, it's Scudero, it's Pedroia, it's Youkilis. 3 of the 4 have won Gold Gloves. And Victor Martinez is behind the plate.
So here's Maglio now with 2 outs. 3 for 3 plus a walk in last night's ball game, up to 299. One of the other things a couple of the Tigers were saying as they were watching film on Lester, or tape, I guess, these days, so before the game, that even the strikes that he throws don't catch much of the plate. He very rarely leaves one out over the plate. So not very hittable strikes.
This is one of those games where the Tigers are going to have to grind it out for 9 hard innings, try to get his pitch count up to get him out of the ball game as quickly as possible. You've got to outcompete guys like Lester. Already that cutter at 88 miles an hour running in on the hands of some of these right-handed hitters. It's a tough pitch to pick up. It looks like a fastball right down the middle. And you see fastball right down the middle, and all of a sudden you start your swing, and that ball ends up on your hands.
Martinez throwing down the signs tonight. There's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Lester has a very quick 1-2-3 first inning, his first strikeout of the game, and we go to the second.
Yeah, we love you too.
Home of the Spartans. First pitch from Dontrell is a strike call. Adrian Beltre leads it off. Technically, East Lansing is the home of the Spartans. Close enough, though. Beltre 7 for 9 with 5 extra base hits against Willis. Ball outside, 1-1.
Well, that means D-Train is facing Adrian just the way that he wants to, with nobody on base. With those numbers.
Beltre, then Drew, then Hall here in the second. 3-11 start for Adrian Beltre.
Nice pitch. Good pitch. He started this ball off the plate outside. It was a breaking ball. Beltre gave up on it, and the ball caught the center of the plate. Excellent. Tight. Oh,
soft liner into center field, and there's Beltre at it again against Willis. Another base hit.
Back-to-back breaking balls. The curve ball was the previous pitch, and that was located very well. But then he came back with a changeup in the same spot, same velocity, and that allowed Beltre to single sharply in the middle.
800 now against the D-Train in his career. 8 for 10. So the leadoff man is on for the second straight frame. We'll bring up J.D. Drew. He's been hot lately. In fact, he has a 7-game hitting streak going. J.D. with 5 home runs, 10 hits in his last 24 at bats. Two and 0. Way inside, 3 balls, no strikes on the number 7 hitter.
When's the last time you saw a big league team where the 3 outfielders were batting 7, 8, 9? It doesn't usually happen that way.
I can't remember one.
Usually your outfielders are your big boys.
Ellsbury is on the DL. He would be batting leadoff. But you got Drew, Hall, and McDonald tonight bringing up the rear. There's a ball outside, a walk, and so the first 2 Red Sox have reached.
Well, these Red Sox, they will put the bat on their shoulder until Dontrell continues to be a little bit more efficient with his strike throwing. He has not been that today. 32 total pitches, 20 balls, 12 strikes for D-Train so far here today.
That's his 3rd walk. Told you last night this Boston team loves to walk.
But if he doesn't panic and he continues to make good pitches, he can get Hall to hit something on the ground and get himself a double play here.
Hall had a pinch hit homer in the ball game last night. Former Milwaukee Brewer, who in fact spent 12 years of his career in the Milwaukee system.
Said he loves playing in Boston. But you hear that about most of the players that get a chance to play in Boston. The atmosphere, it's a full house every single night. They take real good care of their players.
1-1.
They got a real good manager as well. Francona's always been known as a player's manager. Easy to play for. Just show up, be on time, and work hard. Not a lot of rules.
Two and 1 now on Hall. He's going to bring Laird out to the mound now.
Did you happen to see this quote, Mario, here a couple of weeks ago by their general manager, Theo Epstein? When the team was playing bad, he said, "We're still playing bad baseball, unintelligent, undisciplined, uninspired baseball, and it's got to change. And if it didn't change," he said, "we'll make some changes."
Well, Boston right now is 2 over 500, but a couple of weeks ago they were struggling.
Yeah, they played well after that. So he kind of woke some people up.
The 2-1. That is popped straight up. Behind the plate, Laird coming back, and he'll get there for the out. You don't normally see general managers who may believe that quote and really believe in their heart that's what's going on to really come out publicly and say something like that.
No, most guys don't say that. And this is what they've done since that. 8-3, the batting average is perked up, runs per game. You name it, they've done better. But I've talked to some people from Boston about those quotes, and they said that he was dead on. And he said the players understood where he was coming from. So to a man, they got out and they started playing a little bit better baseball.
Well, here is Darnell McDonald. Ground ball here from Willis gets him out of the jam, and he's been known to get some ground balls when he's gotten into trouble. Strike one on McDonald. Darnell batting .254, a couple of hits in last night's ball game. Out of Cherry Creek High School in the Denver area.
That's a good high school. Really good powerhouse.
They have produced some big league names over the years. Here's your bouncing ball to second base. There's one. Sizemore's relay. There's your double play. 4-3 to retire the side. Nothing doing for the Red Sox.
Operation opening day.
Well, here come the Tigers now as we go to the bottom of the second in a scoreless game. Miguel Cabrera leads it off against John Lester. It'll be Cabrera, Bosch, and Inge. Lester had an easy 1-2-3 first inning, couple of ground balls and a strikeout. Cabrera batting .365, hitless in the ball game last night. Low and in, 1-1. John Lester is 26 years old, out of Tacoma, Washington. That's where he was born. He was quite a high school pitcher. In fact, he had plans on attending Arizona State and then was drafted by the Boston Red Sox, and his professional career began soon thereafter. Good pitch right at the knees, and the count evens now at 2-2.
Cabrera was sitting on an off-speed pitch. That's what he'll do. Otherwise, he does not take this 2-1 fastball right down the middle. But he is sitting on something soft, and had he got something soft, he would have clobbered it. But you can't guess with 2 strikes now. You could do it with 1 strike.
3-2.
And the reason why Cabby was sitting on something off speed there in a fastball count is the fact that there are not a whole lot of pitchers in the big leagues that will give Cabrera a fastball in a fastball count, because you can't throw it by him in that situation when he's looking for it. Oh.
Ball 4, and the Tigers get their first base runner. Leadoff man is on. That'll bring up Brendan Bosch. And since the rookie was called up, Bosch that is, on April the 23rd, here's the type of numbers 4 and 5 have been putting up.
Damage. contact to damage ratio is off the charts. We know Cabrera is awfully special and has been for 7 years, and Bosch is off to a really nice start in 3 weeks of his big league career.
He sits safely in 5 straight. Skies this one toward left field. On the move is Hall, going to the corner, and he will not get there. Sliding attempt. Not a whole lot of foul territory down there in the corner.
Got to be careful when you slide down that left field corner, because you've got some padding down there, but you've got that brick at the bottom of the wall, and if you slide and you slide too aggressively, and you can really hurt your knee sliding into that concrete at the bottom. You see that concrete hit right off his foot there. You got to be careful sliding over there. Bill Hall, a shortstop by trade early in his career. Third base, shortstop, center field. Could play everywhere.
Fouled away again, and the count is 0-2 on Bosch.
Bosch in his homestand getting a couple of starts against left-handed pitching, and not just any left-handed pitching. 2 of the best left-handers in the American League. CC Sabathia the other day, which he took deep. And of course, we told you that Lester is a top-notch left-hander himself. It really doesn't come into play all that much with Cabrera at first base. But one of the few things that Lester doesn't do well, he doesn't have a good pickoff move, nor does he really like to throw over to first base.
Cabrera has walked here to start the inning. He's back in there safely, being held by Euclid.
That's about it as far as the move is concerned for Lester. Not much better than that.
Bosch was hitting .379 at AAA prior to his call-up, and he has not stopped hitting. Here's the 0-2.
Bosch was telling me today that he and Austin Jackson went out and did their first autograph signing today. And he said there were a lot of people, a lot of fans. Gave Tigers fans their props. Said they're very knowledgeable, asking lots of questions. Knew his history, knew Jackson's history. So the young boys got up and got out of the house this morning and went and signed some autographs.
Again, the 0-2 is Luke Fowl back out of play.
You always like to do that as a rookie because you can put a couple extra nickels in your pocket.
Well, it was a Gloves for Kids event today that Bosch was involved in, along with Jackson. And talk about 2 guys that have gone off to red-hot starts. The leadoff man, and now the kid that has come up, backing up Cabrera in the lineup. Lester having trouble putting him away. 1-2 now on Brennan Bosch. John Lester last year with 15 wins over 200 innings. In fact, he's done that now 2 straight years of at least 15 victories and 200 innings. And the last Red Sox lefty to be able to accomplish that in back-to-back seasons was Bruce Hurst.
Remember him? He was a good left-hander.
A while ago, 87, 88. Now the 1-2. Swing and a miss, and he finally takes care of Bosch. It's a second strikeout. 1 away here in the second inning. That'll bring up Brandon Inge.
It's a well-located fastball that Martinez, the catcher, asked for up. Take a look at him. Give it to me up here. And he threads the needle, and he gets Bosch to swing right through it.
Here's Inge. Brandon at 227. 0 for 2 in last night's ball game. Fouls it away, 0-1.
From a numbers standpoint, 3/4 of the Tigers' infield is scuffling this year. Inge and Sizemore and Everett batting averages are quite low, but it's early.
And those three represent three of the bottom 4 spots in your lineup, and so it really goes to show you what 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 have been able to do. And then, of course, with the addition of Bosch to the lineup, you add that to the 5th spot in the lineup as well. They've all been good.
1 through 5, some of the best in all of baseball.
And they have carried the Tigers to 20 victories so far this year. Here's the 0-2. Lifted in the air to center. McDonald coming in. 2 gone. We bring up Gerald Laird. Lester already with a couple of strikeouts in this game. He averaged almost 10 per 9 innings last year. In fact, there are only 2 guys that had a better average per 9 innings, and that would be Verlander and Lincecum. And 2 strikeout machines. Laird at 169 has 4 hits on the homestand. Had a pretty good series against the Yanks.
Tigers need to win here today. New York Yankees took care of the Minnesota Twins earlier today, so the Tigers could gain a ground on the first place Minnesota Twins with a nice showing here tonight.
Ball 1. So the Tigers come in right now at least 2 back, at least after the Minnesota loss.
As a matter of fact, the Yankees have beaten the Twinkies the last 2 nights.
Apparently the Yankees were able to get over the fact they lost 3 of 4 here, and they were slowed down quite a bit. They went back to the home ballpark and have beaten a pretty good Twins team the first 2 games in that series.
They have hit a ton of home runs the last 2 days. They hit at least 4 home runs today. A-Rod with a big grand slam last night.
Boston 6 back, 2 games over the 500 mark.
They got 3 real good teams in that division. This one, Boston, of course, Tampa. This Boston team is going to get a whole lot better once they really get their pitching sorted out. Their starting pitching. Beckett, Lackey, of course, Buchholz. They got Daisuke back. Daisuke was good when he got his first start.
And not only that, but you get Ellsbury back in the lineup. You get Cameron back in the lineup. And all of a sudden, they're a whole lot better offensively.
They're just trying to keep their head above water right now. And they're doing a pretty good job of that. This game's got a real slow pace to it so far.
Sleepy pace. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Bouncing ball slowly towards short. Scudero will flip to second for the force. And that'll end the inning for the Tigers. No runs, leadoff walk, 1 left. Scudero, Pedroia, Martinez on the way. remind you every night. We'll remind you again. Vote for your Tigers McDonald's Player of the Game. You can do so by using your cell phone. Text Tigers followed by a space on the player's uniform number to 37338. That's FSDET. You'll see the final results post-game during Tigers Live. And don't forget to check your text response for special offers from McDonald's. Here is Marco Scutaro to lead things off in the third. Scutaro, Pedroia, and Victor Martinez. Dontrell has walked 3 but got a big double play ball in the second. He has thrown 38 pitches as we go to the third, and there's a strike called on Scutaro. Marco last year had 574 at bats with the Toronto Blue Jays, the most he had ever had in his career. Now the 0-1. No balls, 2 strikes on Scutaro. The Red Sox have gotten the leadoff man on the first 2 consecutive innings. Scutaro is caught looking. Strike 3, and Dontrell starts it off with 3 straight strikes and his 3rd strikeout of the game.
It's exactly what Laird said he would do. He says if Dontrell's able to get on with strike 1, I can get to the corners. And if I'm able to get to the corners, that's when he's at his best. And Dontrell threw that ball right on the black. Nothing Scutaro could do with it.
We'll bring up Pedroia. He flied to right field back in the first. Talking about how Pedroia has always been a little guy and has had to prove himself throughout his career. They list him at 5'9" in the Boston Media Guide, but doing some reading on him, when he was at Arizona State, they listed him anywhere from 5'6" to 5'7". So he got a little taller in the big leagues. Rolls that one foul.
Well, that may be his bio as far as the book is concerned, but boy, he plays like he's about 6 feet 5 inches and 230 pounds. He plays big man baseball.
You can win the MVP in big league baseball if you're 5'9". Pedroia is proof of that. The 1-1.
He's also proof that you don't have to have outstanding athletic skills as far as being real fast or having a real strong throwing arm or, being an athletic player. And you can be a real good baseball player and do everything right and do everything average and be real good at it. And that's exactly what Pedroia does. As a matter of fact, better than average.
3-1.
And be careful here if you decide to throw a little man a fastball. He will not get cheated. And for a guy that takes such a big swing, does not strike out all that much. Good hand-eye coordination.
Full count, 3-2. Mentioned that Pedroia won the MVP. That was back in 2008. He outdistanced Justin Morneau in that voting, and Morneau knocked in 129 runs that year.
Yeah, it was a real close vote that year.
3-2 pitch. He wouldn't chase. That is ball 4. It's another walk for Willis. And right now, time for a game break. We go back to the studio, and Mickey York has some news on the Indians and O's. All right, Mickey, thank you. Here it is scoreless as we play in the third. And Willis has just walked his 4th of the game. Here is Victor Martinez. Martinez struck out in the first inning, and he takes a strike right at the knees, 0-1.
Victor Martinez has grounded into 8 double plays this year.
Already?
Already.
Well, surely that leaves their team.
No question about that.
That's outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Doesn't lead the American League, though. Michael Kadire has bounced into 11.
Kadire's a guy that can run pretty well, too, but he's also one of those back leg swingers. And what I mean by that is when he does take his swing, he's resting comfortably on his back leg and doesn't get out of the batter's box in a hurry.
Meanwhile, 1-2 on Martinez. And Willis already has picked up a double play. That was off the bat of McDonald in the second. Willis walked 2 in the first, no damage. A single and a walk in the second, no damage. And a walk here in the third. With the middle of the lineup to deal with. And only 1 out. There's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Oh, Martinez having a tough night so far. 2 strikeouts.
Dontrelle kind of put him to sleep with some slow, loopy breaking balls. A fastball 85, and then he reached back to get a little extra here. 90 at the top of the strike zone that Martinez couldn't catch up with. Ball, but it looked good.
So 4 strikeouts to go with his 4 walks. And only 4 of the 12 Boston batters have put the ball in play so far in this game. Here's Euclid. He walked in the first. Ball 1.
Dontrelle Willis, born and raised in Northern California, and went to the same high school as the talented shortstop in Philadelphia, Jimmy Rollins. Encinal High School. As a matter of fact, Dontrelle, when he came out of high school, was the California High School Player of the Year.
2-0 the count on Euclid. CeCe's from that area, isn't he? Vallejo?
Yes, Northern Cal.
That's Northern Cal.
So for him to be Player of the Year in California, he must have been lights out in high school.
He's behind here, 2-0. Euclid has been on base in 15 straight games now, and he takes high. 3 balls, no strikes. So kind of the same setup we had back in the first inning when he walked Euclid to take on Ortiz. He would then strike out Big Papi, who's on deck again. And down 3-0 in the count. Doesn't want to get hurt here, but delivers a strike, 3-1. Ball 4. And it's another walk, and that's 5 now already for Willis.
Let's take a look at how Dontrelle went after Big Papi the last time he was up. We're going to make it our Bell Tire, pitch by pitch. Just about everything is firm with fastballs at the knees on the outside part of the plate until the very last one. He climbs the ladder to get Big Papi to swing right through it.
So he will face Ortiz again with 2 men on, 2 men out. Good pickup by Laird, 1-0.
Dontrelle's last start came on May 4th against the Minnesota Twins in Minnesota. He missed his last start with flu-like symptoms, so he's had a lengthy rest in between starts, and we're seeing the effects of that with the 5 base on balls.
Driven to right field. That ball is down. This will get at least 1 run in as Pedroia comes around to score. It'll be an RBI single. Euclid will go to third and stop there, and this time Big Papi got him.
And if you walk 5, sooner or later, the Boston Red Sox will make you pay. And David Ortiz has not gotten many starts this year against left-handed pitching, only 19 at-bats prior to tonight, but he leaves a fastball over the heart of the plate, and Big Papi with those lethally quick hands hit a seed in the right field.
Second hit of the game for the Red Sox, an RBI for Ortiz. That is his 16th of the season. And Boston on top, 1-0. Here is Adrian Beltre.
The fans of Boston may have given up on Big Papi, but his manager, Terry Francona has not given up on David. As a matter of fact, when Poppy was going through some of his struggles last year, it was Francona that said, you know what, I know he's struggling right now, but I'm not going to give up on him because he has done so many great things for us in that uniform, and he needs me now more than he's ever needed me, so I'm not going to desert him.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at his track record, it is impeccable. A ton of big walk-off hits in his career.
And he's an ambassador for the game. And he's one of the nicest, gentlest giants you'll meet. Tremendous individual.
1-1 on Beltre. Singled back in the second. 2-1.
Well, he may want to stay with hard stuff this time to Beltre. Last time he threw him back-to-back breaking balls on the second one. And Beltre singled up the middle.
Now the 2-1. Fouled back out of play. That's what we're talking about with Ortiz and all the big walk-off hits he has had. I know he's had 10 walk-off home runs, but 17 career walk-off hits.
34 two-homer games for Ortiz in his illustrious Boston career.
Two pitch. Fouled away by Beltre. Beltre earlier this year collided with Ellsbury and broke 4 of his ribs, and that's why Jacoby's on the DL right now.
Well, look at him. He's put together pretty nicely as Beltre. Ellsbury's a little fella.
That collision's probably going to yield better results for Beltre more times than not. Again, the 2-2. It's outside, 3-2. The 3 guys missing right now. Mike Cameron is out. Ellsbury is out. Booth Bonser is out.
Booth looking kind of slender these days.
Yeah, much slender. More slender.
Have to change that nickname from Booth. Actually, that's his real name.
He did change it.
He did.
You're not a fan of Booth?
It's all good. I mean, but it looked better on him when he was in Minnesota when he was about 25 pounds heavier.
Let's just say stockier. 3-2 on Beltre.
This Boston offense, boy, they will wear you down, especially if you're not throwing strikes.
65 pitches now for Dontrell. And there's yet another walk.
Ooh, 6 walks today.
Ooh. Number 6, 3 of them in this inning. And you're flirting with disaster now as Rick Knapp comes trotting out of the dugout. Gene Lamont gets on the phone. And for the second straight night, they're going to have to get the bullpen working early. A 24-pitch first inning, a 28-pitch third so far.
This is a tough night if you're an offensive club and you have a guy on the mound that's struggling with his control. And you go up there and you're a lot more patient than you would normally be, and then you get a pitch to hit, and you're not quite ready for it.
Eddie Bonine warming up. Here's J.D. Drew with the bases loaded. He walked in the second. Checked it down low, 1-0. Drew batting .283. He's hit safely in 7 straight. And he's got him loaded right now with Euclid down at third base, Ortiz at second, and Beltre at first. In the air to center field. Jackson on his horse, still going back. This ball is over his head, and it's into the bushes in center. It's going to be a ground rule double. 2 runs will score. They will send Beltre back to third, and a bit of a break there.
Well, after walking 3 batters in this inning with the bases being loaded, J.D. Drew sitting in a 1-ball, no strike count. He knew beyond a shadow of a doubt he was going to get this four-seam fastball, which is straight and right down the middle, about belt buckle high, and those do not usually make it all the way to the catcher's glove.
And as you like to see, if Jackson can't get it, nobody can. Into the bushes out there beyond the center field wall, and now it's 3-0. Second and third. Here's the 8th man to bat in the inning, Bill Hall. Hall popped up to the catcher in his first at bat. Drew picks up RBIs 22 and 23. Way outside, 1-1. So to this point, 2 of the 6 walks have come around to score. Beltre and Drew, the base runners. Here's the 1-1. Dontrell threw 97 pitches in his last start, but he got into the 6th inning in doing so. Fouled away. 2-2 on Hall. Bill Hall's a guy that can play anywhere. He's played some second this year, some short. He's played all 3 outfield positions. And he's a guy that really showed some power at times in Milwaukee. In fact, back in 2006, he clubbed 35 home runs. Ooh, that one just missed, and it's 3-2. Nothing. Red Sox lead. That's in the air to shallow right. Here comes Ordonez, and that is that. But it's a big inning for the Red Sox. They send 8 men to the plate, scored 3 times. Facing John Lester, who has given up just 1 walk so far. Lester's first pitch rides high to Scott Sizemore. Scott 0 for 3 in the ball game last night. Here's the 1-0. 2 balls, no strikes. Sizemore batting .211. He's hit 1 home run and knocked in 8 this year in his rookie campaign. He's seen some guys get a lot of opportunities this year. Of course, Jackson a rookie, Bosch a rookie. We've seen Casper Wells come up, make his first appearance in the big leagues tonight. Sizemore a rookie.
Tigers have a young team. One of the youngest teams in all of baseball.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. And I think it also shows that this is an organization that, under Dave Dombrowski, really got healthy quite quickly. I mean, he, along with David Chadd, have done a terrific job of restocking the organization with guys that can play at this level.
Well, I mean, it kind of started back in '04 when they started signing guys like Pudge Rodriguez and Magloire Ordonez and making some deals for Polanco and some of the other players to kind of hold down the fort until David Chadd was able to restock the minor league system with quality young players.
Well, the Tigers have 6 on the active roster, which is second only to the Mets. Yeah, those moves that you spoke of certainly got all the headlines when they signed all the big timers, but behind the scenes they were quietly rebuilding this organization, and I think Dave's just done a terrific job of not only bringing some power arms and arms that have gotten to the big leagues quickly, but now we're seeing some position players getting to the major league level. Everett takes a ball.
Yeah, back in '06, and when the Tigers made their run to the World Series, it was Verlander and Zamaya that headlined the rookie class. And this year, it's the young kids offensively. Bosch, Jackson, Avila catching well.
The 1-0. And you know, the guys that really don't get a lot of credit or enough credit are the managers, the coaches, the pitching coaches, the roving instructors in the minor leagues, guys that get these players ready, that when they get their first big league shot, they're ready to roll.
It's good to have a staff that likes to teach, because that's what you have to do with a lot of these young kids, because some of them get to the big leagues rather quickly and they're still learning once they get to the big leagues. So you have to make sure that you pay attention to detail. And if you're Lamont and Belliard and Brookings, you have to get guys out early. You got to give them some early work and continue to teach them the game of baseball, because they're all still very young. And coaches like to teach. A lot of times you don't get a chance to teach when guys get to the big leagues, but it's refreshing when you get some young kids.
In the air toward the gap in left center field. That ball's hit pretty well. Hall can't get it. It'll go to the wall. Sizemore coming to third. They're going to send him home. And the relay to the plate. Not in time. Everett with a double and an RBI.
That's one of the things that Everett did very well last year for Detroit. He got big hits. That's a breaking ball that's well located at the bottom of the strike zone, but Everett able to reach out and got enough of it to get it away from the outstretched glove and diving Billy Hall. And Sizemore, once the ball got down, he was running hard and Gene Lamont was sending him.
So the Tigers answer the Boston 3 spot with one of their own, and here is Austin Jackson, still nobody out. Lester in some trouble here in the third, and a bouncing ball, diving stop at third by Beltre.
That's why they signed him. 2-time Gold Glove winner, but he's made 7 errors already this year, only 14 last year. But his peers, and I'm talking about the players, they rated Beltre as being the best third baseman in all of baseball defensively.
There's a glimpse wide. There's Casper Wells. Tigers have their first hit of the game, the double and the RBI by Adam Everett. Wells in his first big league at bat grounded out to the shortstop. At the knees but inside. 1-0 on Casper, who lives in Schenectady, New York. Went to Towson State. That's where he played his college ball. Bouncing ball left side, again scooped up by Beltre. 2 gone.
Beltre throws from that sidearm angle that he throws from, and he also throws flat-footed, but he's got tremendous arm strength for a third baseman. Take a look at him in X zone. Now he's just going to be flat-footed here when he decides to flip the ball over there. He grabs it, 4 seams, flat-footed, seed. Tremendous accuracy from that arm slot too.
2 gone now. Here's Maglio.
Two-out knock here would be lovely.
Last night, by the way, the Tigers were held without an extra base hit for only the 2nd game this season.
Really?
Just the 2nd time. Of course, we've talked about all the doubles they've had. They've led in that category much of the year, but they get an extra base hit here tonight, courtesy of Everett.
Well, coming into play today, there's no other number 3 hitter in baseball that has piled up more hits than Maglio. He's got 40 of those bad boys.
Now the 1-1. Ooh, right down the middle for a strike, and Maglio swats at his bat. 1-2. So Lester, after giving up a walk and a double, has gotten a couple of ground balls, trying to limit the damage here in the 3rd. Ordonez 7 for 20 on the homestand. One and 2 on Maglio. Lester has a no-hitter in his back pocket. He threw one back in 2008 over Kansas City. In fact, he threw a no-hitter in high school as well. The 1-2. Bouncing ball back up the middle and knocked down nicely by Scudero. Comes up throwing, and it's scooped by Euclid. Boy, the defense saving a run there. Scudero up to his left. And Euclid with the scoop.
Batter.
Dontrell back to work as we head to the 4th inning. 3-1 in favor of Boston. McDonald, Scudero, and Pedroia.
Darnell McDonald's a nice story. If you weren't with us last night, we told you that he was drafted way back in 1998 as a #1 draft choice by the Baltimore Orioles. And he has spent a lot of time in the minor leagues. Coming into play yesterday, or this year, I should say, only 68 big league games for Darnell. That's perseverance.
It is. And we talked about his high school days, that big high school he came from, Cherry Creek.
Right.
Denver. Josh Bard went there. Ardsman. Brad Lidge.
They've always had some good players come out of Cherry Creek.
And, of course, Darnell McDonald. Swing and a miss. He went fishing that time, and Willis has a strikeout. One away. By the way, this game is available in crystal clear high definition on Fox Sports Detroit HD, sponsored by Comcast.
Stunning high definition.
Here's Scudero. Marco with a base on balls in the first. He struck out in the third.
Scudero, one of those guys that really benefited from playing for Cito Gaston last year in Toronto. Before last year, was not regarded as an everyday player. Played everywhere, third base, some outfield early in his Oakland days, some shortstop, some second base. But Cito put him at shortstop, and he went out and had an outstanding year, and he parlayed that into a very nice contract from the Boston Red Sox. I guess you never know with a guy until you give him a chance to play every day.
That is true. And Scudero, with the injury to Ellsbury, was also elevated from 9th in the line to leadoff, and he's done a really good job. There's a strike call, 1-2.
One of those guys that doesn't strike out a whole lot with Scudero, and he'll take some pitches. So he's an ideal leadoff man for Terry Francona.
That's what he did last year with Toronto. Played in 144 games, knocked in 60 and batted .282. Slices this one to right. Base hit. One out single. And the Red Sox have their 4th hit tonight. Dontrell has been in and out of trouble all night long. He does have 6 walks, but he has 5 strikeouts. Jim Leland's club is in the middle of a just nasty stretch with all the games in a row they've played and the competition that they have played. They'll be heading out to the West Coast after this homestand is done. So really,
without a day off.
Yeah, and it's been a grind stretch for them, but every team goes through it. Tigers have gone through it early in the season. Gene Lamont making another phone call to the bullpen. Pedroia takes way outside. 2-0. Eddie Bonin is again up in the Detroit bullpen. Two-zero pitch. 3-0. You may know the story by now about Pedroia, who was battling Ian Kinsler at Arizona State for the shortstop position. Pedroia won that battle, sending Kinsler to second base, and Kinsler eventually transferred to Missouri. And now they're both in the big leagues. And there is ball 4. Pedroia has his 2nd walk. And Dontrell now with 7 base on balls.
It looks like Jim's seen enough. Especially with the score being 3-1. He cannot allow this game to get out of control.
That's going to be it for the D train. Wallside Windows pitching change. Tigers go to the bullpen. And here comes Bonin.
Did somebody say party?
Well, how about the numbers on the D train tonight? 3 1/3. He walked 7, struck out 5, and is responsible for the 2 runners on the bases.
Just did not quite look right today from the word go today. Looked like he was kind of laboring out there.
Yet if the bullpen could do the job here in the 4th inning, he will have given up 3 runs. Here's Eddie Bonine.
Numbers are sparkling for Eddie. It's not a 4th consecutive start by a left-hander against Boston that they've knocked out, or I should say they've gotten out of the game before the 5th inning. So they've been punishing some lefties.
Here's Martinez. Victor struck out twice against Dontrell. Bonine missing high with a fastball, 1-0.
Victor kind of wiggles his bat over the top of his head, and then once the ball's in flight toward home plate, he kind of drops his hands into that ready position to get locked and loaded. And he's done a lot of damage in his 7 years in the big leagues. Got a nice swing for both sides. Starts up top, drops him down, and gets ready.
2-0.
Struggling from the left side this year.
Popped up. There may be room for Inge. There is room for Brandon. 2 gone. That's going to leave it up to Kevin Youkilis. Youkilis has a couple of walks and a run scored. He was voted the Boston MVP last year. As far as the league is concerned, he finished 6th in that voting. There's a strike, 0-1. Youkilis walks a lot. In fact, he has 27 now. Tops in the American League. Youkilis hitting .304. Checked his swing down low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Correction, Justin Morneau leads the league in walks, but Youkilis right behind him, 2 behind him. Dontrell hoping that Bonine can strand these runners. 3-1 Boston. We're in the 4th. Breaking ball and a dandy. 1-2. Bonine, one of the Tiger relievers that is sporting the Mohawk. In fact, it's not just limited to the relievers. Some position players have him. Avila, Inge.
It's a good spot right now for that Bonine knuckleball. It's a hard knuckleball. That's just like a split-fingered fastball that just kind of falls off the table. There it was. Youkilis wasn't biting now. Let's take a look at the knuckleball grip. And once that ball gets toward home plate, you can see the action on it. Throws it hard. Not your typical floater that you're used to seeing from former knuckleballers.
Here's a question. As a hitter, can you pick up that grip from the pitcher and know that the knuckleballer is coming?
No, I don't think so. You know, I don't think so. I mean, there are certain times if a guy really gives you a good look once he gets ready to deliver the ball toward home plate, you can see if the wrist is cocked to see if it might be a breaking ball. But the knuckleball is almost held like his fastball. I mean, so it's tough to see.
Runners going on 3-2, and Youkilis has his 3rd walk in the game. Tigers pitching now has surrendered 8 base on balls. Going to bring up Ortiz with the bases loaded. RBI single back in the third for David. First meeting between these two ever. And there's the strike, 0-1. Well, Big Papi has hit 8 grand slams in his illustrious career, and the average with the bases loaded, a not too shabby 363. So far, of the 8 base on balls Tigers pitching has allowed, 2 of them have come around to score, but you've got a couple of them on the bases right now. Outside, 1-1.
It's hard to play defensively when you're standing around as much as the defenders have been standing around. It's only human nature that some of the guys would get on their heels, and all of a sudden you get a ball hit at you. And you're just not quite ready for it. That won't be the case with Bo9. Bo9 throws lots of strikes. Little excuse me swing by Big Papi. Might have been the knuckleball. Although Bo9 told me the other day, it kind of varies. He said his curveball's been so good this year that he hasn't used that many knuckleballs, but you can see the grip once again and the tumbling action. And you had Papi fooled and a little emergency swing. Dial 911.
Big pitch here. 1-2. Here it comes. And it's lined to left field, sinking, base hit. Scudero scores. Here comes Pedroia. They're going to send him home. The throw from Wells. He is out at home plate.
What a throw by the rookie Casper Wells, making his major league debut.
His first big league assist. Wells comes up throwing from left, and he nails Dustin Pedroia.
Yeah, Big Papi landed softly in the left field. Pedroia was running from second and got a pretty good jump with 2 outs, but Wells comes up and throws a 2-hopper. Gerald Lev grabs it and is able to apply the tag. Nice throw by Wells.
Here's Miguel Cabrera leading it off in the bottom of the 4th. Tigers now down 4-1 as Lester goes back to work. It'll be Cabrera, Brendan Bosch, and Brandon Inge. So Wells, who is likely headed back to Toledo for tomorrow, when Galarraga makes the start, making his presence felt with his first big league assist. Cabby walked back in the second. 1 ball and 1 strike. Lester got 3 ground ball outs after giving up an RBI double in the last inning. Really limited the damage, and he misses there. 2-1.
They're not giving Cabby a whole lot to hit, at least not to this point. And last time Cabby was in the same situation, he took a fastball right down the middle from Lester. What will he do this time?
High fly ball, right field, sailing back toward the seats, and a sliding attempt, and a catch.
Did he really?
Like J.D. Drew sliding on the gravel down there, and a little basket catch.
That takes a lot of concentration. If you leave your feet and you start to slide, your eye level changes. And he hasn't played that many games here. But what concentration there by J.D. Drew. That is not an easy play.
Here's Brendan Bosch. Bosch, a strikeout victim back in the second.
This much we do know. Brendan Bosch does not get cheated. And loves to swing at the first pitch. And because of that, a .355 batting average in his first tour of duty in the show.
0-2.
But he's going up against a tough left-hander here tonight.
Lester, as you may or may not know, is a cancer survivor. Back in 2006, he was diagnosed with cancer and underwent chemotherapy and has been in remission. So he's a great story. He's then gone on to throw a no-hitter in the big leagues. Did he hold it? They will appeal. He held up. Tom Hallion said he didn't go. 1-2 the count on Brendan Bosch. Missed it outside. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Lester fans him for the second time in this game.
Lester's got some real nice sinks to his arm side with his 2-seam fastball at 91 miles an hour. Take a look at the pitch. If you're Bosch, you see fastball out in front, then all of a sudden you start your swing. And because of the late movement on the pitch, you couldn't get to it.
Now Brandon Inge with the bases empty. He fly to center field back in the second. 0-for-1.
That's what makes a guy like Lester very difficult to hit, is the fact that he's got a firm fastball from the left side, and he's got really nice tailing action away from the right-handers, and he'll also cut the fastball, like right now, into the right-handers.
Ball outside, 3-0. I was asking Brandon before the game today what his wife Shani thought of the Mohawk haircut, if she approved. And he said, well, as I told her, you can't mess up ugly. Three and one.
I'm sure Shani doesn't think that way of her man.
Probably not. Brandon Inge is Mike Tiger, number 15.
He's a lot of folks' Tiger. The longest tenured player on the Tigers roster and a fan favorite.
2 on base on balls. It's a third walk for Lester, so these 2 pitchers, or 3 pitchers I should say, tonight have now combined for 11 walks. Most of those from the Tigers end. There's Gerald Laird. Hit into a force back in the second. Bouncing ball to third, right at Beltran. Guns him down. And that'll do it for the Tigers. No runs, a walk, one left. We travel to the fifth. Fox Sports Detroit, just kind of hanging out, watching some Tigers baseball, and nice night for baseball here. It's kind of chilled down a little bit, but as we go to the fifth inning, Tigers are down by a score of 4-1. It'll be Adrian Beltre leading it off. He'll be followed by J.D. Drew and then Bill Hall. Tigers have also been out hit 5-1 in this game. They're only hit the RBI double by Adam Everett. Ground ball hit sharply fair inside the bag at third. It'll rattle around in the corner. Wells will dig it up. On his way to second is Beltre with a double.
Beltre had to get on his horse. He watched Casper Wells throw a seed to home plate last half inning to nail Pedroia that was trying to score. Beltre's hitting the baseball okay this year for the Boston Red Sox. He's probably given them as much as they thought he would give them. Maybe 20 home runs when it's all said and done, 80 RBIs. Inge had no chance whatsoever.
We'll bring up J.D. Drew. 6 Boston hits in this game. And J.D. has one of them, a big 2-run double back in the third. High fly ball center field. Jackson under it. Beltre tagging. He's coming to third. And he'll get in there standing up. Drew is out, one gone.
And Jim will probably play the infield in here. They can't afford to give up any more runs.
Bill Hall, the batter. Popped up, flied out, 0 for 2.
And that's exactly what they're doing. They're in the cut of the grass with Bill Hall up. They want Beltre to make a decision as to whether he's coming home or not on the ground. If you ever come to a game and this situation arises, if you want to take a look at the lead that the third base runner gets, a lot of times that will tell you as a fan whether he's coming on a ground ball or not. Just by how aggressive he is with his secondary lead in this situation with the infield in.
1-1.
Also the score that plays a big part in that. They've got a 3-run lead. They might gamble here with the number 9 hitter in the on-deck circle. And lots of different ways you could play it at this level.
One ball, 2 strikes on Bill Hall. Member of Milwaukee's system for about 12 years and then traded to Seattle last year.
He played here a couple of years ago with Milwaukee when Verlander threw his no-hitter. Bill Hall was in that lineup for Milwaukee that night.
I looked it up, by the way. He walked 3 times in that game.
Yeah, I know he did. For whatever reason, he was the only guy that, well, Verlander didn't have any trouble with anybody, but Verlander had trouble not getting him out.
He struck out 12 in that game, Verlander did, and he got Tony Graffinino to go 0 for 4. He struck him out 4 times. One of the great memories in this ballpark, Verlander's no-hitter in 2007. 2-2 pitch. Fouled straight back.
Ooh.
Driven in the air, deep into left field, way back, and Hall on back-to-back nights is homered in a pinch-hitting role last night, and tonight it's a 2-run shot here in the 5th.
He got something off speed there. I'm not sure exactly what it was, but whatever the pitch was, his bat was sped up on the pitch, and he drilled it. And what is Lincoln Mercury Exmo going to tell us about this pitch? It looks like a knuckleball, and it stays up. And he drilled it.
Hall hits his 3rd home run of the season. And Boston now is out to a 6-1 lead. Here's Darnell McDonald. That thing didn't quite clear the bullpen, but he hit it hard and a long way. The 0-1 pitch is rolled foul. 0-2 on McDonald. Double play ball, strikeout. Back in 1997, he was the Baseball America High School Player of the Year coming out of that high school we told you about, Cherry Creek High in the Denver area. Been a while since Bonine has given up a run. April 11th, the last time Eddie has given up a run. Two balls, 2 strikes. 7-1, the Tigers have been out hit. 6-1, they've been outscored. Off the end of the bat, and McDonald stays alive. We were talking about all the years he spent in the minor leagues. How about this? He amassed over 5,000 minor league at bats.
Oh my goodness.
That's a boatload.
And then you tack on all the years he played winter ball too. True. He was going to winter ball every year.
Two is strike 3. 2 gone.
And McDonald doesn't agree with the call there from Ron Copa, but it was a good fastball by Bonine. It appeared to get enough plate to be called a strike.
There's Marco Scutaro. The Bonine runs allowed here in the 5th inning. First runs allowed in his last 15 2/3. And so well he's been pitching out of the pen. Tough play for Brandon. On the short hop, he'll throw him out. Scutaro is gone. 2 more runs and the homer by Hall. You're watching Tigers baseball on Fox Sports Detroit, presented by Bell Tire. rookie.
Did you?
Not
He's
so.
on the list.
Ted Williams. Fake me out.
2 Hall of Famers on the left and Rice and Williams.
Lester back to work. They're enjoying this in the truck right now. They are really enjoying this. Put one over on me. Sizemore leads it off.
Well, it's going to be a little tougher now against Lester. And he is one of the best left-handed pitchers in baseball today. Really one of the best pitchers. And now with a 5-run spread, it's doable, but it's going to be difficult.
Shot toward right field. Slicing foul.
Jim Leland was talking about the ball game last night and the fact that the Tigers had just come off of a grueling 3-win series against the New York Yankees, and that takes a lot out of your team. And then all of a sudden you come back and you've got another tough opponent, and before you look up, you're down by a 5 spot. And he said probably a little bit too much for his team to come back from.
Tried to hold up, but he went around. Sizemore got the Tigers' 3rd inning rolling with a walk and then scored on the Everett double. The only run so far for Detroit. We're in the 5th inning. 6-1 Boston. Here's Lester's 2-2. Swing and a miss, and Sizemore is out of there.
Hey fans, as soon as the game ends, our coverage continues with Tigers Live. You'll hear from the manager, Jim Leland, and the players. Plus, we'll break down some highlights and show you the game, of course. Tigers Live from the Carl Sam's studio immediately after the game here on Fox Sports Detroit. Sam Bernstein was in our booth just a couple of innings ago, as a matter of fact. Yes, this booth is named after Mr. Bernstein. Studio, I should say.
Studio,
Excuse me, studios. Well, we can name the booth after him, too.
We may have to pretty soon. 0-1 on Adam Everett.
We can get his name out there.
Everett with the RBI double in the 3rd. He's knocked in 2 this year, and a ball down low. 1 ball, 1 strike. That is, to this point, the only Tigers hit so far. Lester has been in command. 1-2. We're talking about Clay Buchholz's minor league numbers last night. He was the starter for the Red Sox. They were outstanding. But so were Lester's. 42-16 in the minors, with an ERA of about 3.5.
You know, we were talking last half inning as Lester continues to carve up the latter third of the Tigers batting order. We were talking about David Dabrowski and the youth movement the Tigers have. Now, that's something that the Red Sox have done very well themselves. They've got some big-time players, but they start to sprinkle in guys like Pedroia and Lester and Buchholz, some of the younger players, to help them along, and they've done a very nice job under Tito Francona.
Here's Austin Jackson. Ball 1 to Jackson, who tonight has hit the ball on the ground twice to Adrian Beltre. Beltre's been busy down there.
And usually when you have a left-hander on the mound and you have quite a few right-handers going up against that left-hander, the left side of the infield is going to be awfully busy, and that's the 3rd out of the inning.
3 straight ground balls to Beltre off the bat of Jackson. 866 Tiger or visit tigers.com. There's the replica glove, the Brandon Inge replica. And all kids 14 and under will receive tomorrow. And there's the real one. There's a strike called. Dustin Pedroia, who starts off the 6th inning tonight. 6 runs, 7 hits for the Bo Sox. Tigers 1 run, just 1 hit. The RBI double by Adam Everett. Bonine working here in the 6th. Eddie came on in the 4th inning. Willis walked his 7th and then had to leave. Bonine went on to give up another run in that frame and then a 2-run shot in the 5th. There's a strike called and the count is 1-2. Dontrell tonight also had 5 strikeouts. Kind of a topsy-turvy night. Red Sox got 3 in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th. The 1-2 lifted in the air to center. Jackson ranging left. Pedroia is out. 1 away here in the 6th inning. Going to bring up Victor Martinez. Martinez tonight 0 for 3. His strength since getting to the big league certainly has been his offensive production, more so than his defense. And the Red Sox have been working with him extensively, especially Gary Tuck, who is their bullpen coach. He is also their catching instructor, works with the catchers. And Tuck says that when Martinez came to the Red Sox last year, his throwing motion was a little bit long, and he had kind of a sidearm sling, so they're trying to clean that up, clean up his footwork, and get his percentage in throwing out runners to be a little bit better. That sails in for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. It's one thing that Gerald Laird does so well. His footwork is so clean. His throwing motion has very little wasted effort.
His body's a little bit more conducive to catching than Victor. Victor's a real big guy. Laird, short, squatty body, close to the ground. Like guys like Mauer and Wieters are exception to the rules, along with Victor Martinez, all very big guys.
2-1 on Victor. Again in the air to center. A lot of room out there for Jackson. 2 outs. He's going to bring up Kevin Youkilis. Youkilis 3 walks in this game. Youkilis moving in on a milestone. He needs 2 home runs to reach 100 for his big league career. Outstanding defensive first baseman. And not too shabby at third either. In the times that he has played there. There's a strike called. 1-1.
If you look over Youkilis' body of work the last couple of years, and you combine his on-base percentage and slugging percentage together, you get a grand total of .961. Only 2 other players have been better. Manny Ramirez and Albert Pujols, the only 2 with higher OPS the last couple of years.
Here's the 1-2. Right-field foul.
Which means his on-base percentage is right around 4 every year, and he's slugging better than .500. Wasn't Youkilis the focus of that Moneyball book a couple of years ago?
Sure was. The Billy Bean book. That one just missed outside.
Did you get a call to get in the movie, by the way? They're doing a movie, I heard.
No, I'm still waiting for that call. No, I did not. It was an interesting read, though.
Oh, yeah, it was a good read.
call him in that book the Greek god of walks? The problem is he's not Greek.
and really, all the number crunching started about, I guess, 20 years ago. Bill James has a few books out, and he just crunches all the numbers and all the statistics. He works for the Boston Red Sox.
How about that? Another walk. All right, now we've got a game break. Let's send it back to the studio. Mickey York has an update on the Mets and Marlins. All right, thanks, Mick. Here it is 6-1. Big Papi is up there, and a wave and a miss. 0-1. What were we talking about for that game break?
Euclid.
Oh, and the sabermetrics and all that.
Yes,
kind of
and Bill James.
Right. You know what my opinion on that is, and a lot of people don't share this opinion. Some do, but I like the good old-fashioned scouts.
Yep.
You know, I like the guys that see players play and see their tendencies. There's a line drive caught by Brandon Innings to run the inning.
I agree with you on that. I like the scouts, too, getting to the ballpark, watching with a naked eye.
Still a 6-1 game.
For the Coors Light freeze can, going to take you back a couple of innings. Cabrera was in the batter's box, and J.D. Drew in right field came over. Great concentration. Sliding grab to get the out. Cabrera didn't believe it. Coors Light freeze cam always brought to you by your Frost Brewed Coors Light.
And here come the Tigers in the bottom of the sixth, down 6-1. It is time to get Casper Wells his first big league hit. He is 0 for 2 so far in this game. He'll lead things off here in the sixth inning against John Lester. First pitch sails outside, 1-0. Wells and then Ordonez and then Cabrera. Casper takes outside, 2 balls, no strikes. Wells had a big year in 08. He had 27 home runs between A-ball and AA, West Michigan and Erie. And then last year suffered a wrist injury. He was on his way to a big season. Wave and a miss.
He looks like one of those guys that has power just by the way he stands in the batter's box. He kind of stands upright and holds his hands rather low and looks like he's got somewhat of an uppercut swing from the right side. Usually guys that stand in this fashion, straight up and down, and can lift the baseball.
2-2 on Casper Wells. Tigers tonight have just 1 hit against Lester. Got him, strike 3. And Wells is out of there, 1 gone. 6 strikeouts for Lester.
John Farrell, the pitching coach for Terry Francona, his 4th year. And in the 3 prior years, the Boston Red Sox have a earned run average just a shade over 4, which is second only to the Toronto Blue Jays. So John Farrell has done outstanding work for Terry Francona. And if you weren't with us last night, I told you that all 3 of us were teammates. And back in 87, 88, playing in the Cleveland Indians organization.
That is going to get through. Ordonez has a 1-out single.
Farrell also wore the Tigers uniform for 1 year as a pitcher.
It's kind of in the Rick Anderson mold. You don't hear much about him, but yet they do a pretty good job every year.
The Cleveland Indians tried to hire him away from the Boston Red Sox to interview for their managerial job last year, which went to Manny Acton. John Farrell turned down the interview.
Here's Cabrera with 1 on, 1 out. Cabrera tonight is 0 for 1 with a walk. .362 average for the big fella. Oh, 0-2.
Since Cabrera has put on a Tigers uniform, he has done more damage than any hitter in the American League. Home runs, RBIs, and continuing to pile up some outstanding numbers for the Detroit Tigers. This is where he ranks coming into tonight. Batting average, RBIs, doubles, runners in scoring position, on-base percentage, and hits. I mean, you're talking about average, you're talking about doubles, and driving in runs. He's getting it done in every which way.
I know we've seen it over and over now for several years, but it still amazes me how much power he hits for the opposite way.
Yeah, that's an absolute gift.
And especially in this ballpark where it gets really deep in that triangle out there in right center.
You know, we watch him, and obviously he's blessed with a lot of God-given ability. But what we don't give him enough credit for is how smart a hitter he really is.
Broken bat, little looper into left, going to drop, base hit.
There has been several times since Cabrera has put on a uniform, and some Tiger players have told me as much. He will sit on the bench, and he will tell whoever he's sitting right next to exactly what pitch he's going to get the next time he gets up, and he sits on that pitch and hits a home run with it. And that's how good he is and how smart a hitter he really is.
So now Brendan Bosch has a chance to get the Tigers back into this game, down by 5.
Cabrera comes from good genes, though. His mom was an Olympian softball player in Venezuela. So there's some talent that runs through the family.
Bosch has struck out twice in this game, once in the second, once in the fourth. Inside, 1-0. Lester had given up just 1 hit through 5, and now he's given up back-to-back singles.
And big fella, and it can hurt him. A couple of bloops and a blast.
The 1-0. Well, Lester, true to form, just doesn't give you too many hittable strikes. One and 2 on Bosch.
Would you have thought, Mario, that Are 3, 4, 5 ranked this high in big leagues?
You mean coming into the season?
Yeah, no. This year, right now.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I thought they'd be first in all those categories.
I mean, Bosch is right there with him. He's contributed a whole bunch, too.
But, yeah, I mean, Ordonez and Cabrera from the get-go have been really good. Bosch has kind of put them over the hump as far as the middle of the lineup.
That's in the American League. But I can't imagine there being many in the National League that their 3, 4, 5 is doing as much damage as Maglio, Cabrera, and now Brennan Bosch. Jim hasn't said, though, but it looks like Bosch is an everyday player now, even against the left-handers.
Well, starts against Sabathia and Lester. I guess will lead you to believe that. The 1-2. Whistle foul. Tigers just have not been very good in this series with men in scoring position to this point. Just 1 for 11. One and 2 on Brennan. Product of Cal Berkeley. Driven to the gap in right center field. That ball is going to get down and go to the wall. This will get 2 runs in. Ordonez scores. Cabrera scores. Bosch coming to third. He's got himself a triple.
A couple of bloops and a blast. Lester left a hanging breaking ball up there for the long-arm, strong Brennan Bosch to clobber, and that's exactly what he did. The ball's out and away from him with those long arms. He reaches out and crushes the ball into right center field. But this is even more impressive. Look at the big guy run.
This is the second triple that Bosch has legged out this year.
Woo, he can run. 6'6", 230.
And all of a sudden, it's a 6-3 game. 2 more RBIs for Bosch gives him 19 on the year now. Amazing.
And we just put up the graphic of the Tigers' 3, 4, and 5 hitters this year and where they ranked in the American League. And the numbers are improving.
12 extra base hits in 18 games for Bosch. Manny Del Carmen tuning up. That's 4 Tigers hits. I want to see if Inge can get this run in with less than 2 outs.
Well, they're conceding the run in the infield. Infield's back. All Brandon has to do is hit one up the middle on the ground, which is easier said than done. There's no debate about that. This is the big leagues. But that's exactly what Brandon needs to do here. They need to score that run. The infield is back.
Here's the 1-0. Fly ball, left field, hit deep, way back. Hall is back there. This will be deep enough. The catch is made, and the run will score. Bosch comes trotting home. Sac fly, RBI for Brandon Inge.
This crowd was waiting for something to cheer about. They finally have gotten it here in the 6th inning.
And once again, it's Bosch that ignites them. 6-4 game. It's going to bring up Laird with 2 outs, nobody on. Fouled off. Gerald 0 for 2 in this one. One ball, 1 strike. Lester now has thrown 94 pitches. singles by Ordonez and Cabrera set it up, and the triple by Bosch. Sac fly by Brandon Inge. There's a strike call. 2-2.
Saw a shot of Cabrera giving Brennan Bosch some knuckles there after the triple. Cabrera said about Bosch, he doesn't just get singles when it doesn't matter. He said this kid gets big hits.
That's a good point. Tipped it out of the glove, and boy, Martinez, did he catch that one in the face? He may have rattled his cage. Laird still alive.
It's going to get Terry Francona out to take a peek at him.
Ooh, a direct hit.
Yeah, because it fouled off, but barely by Laird. Just nicked it. Ball didn't change directions at all. Or did he foul it?
I don't think he did.
Oh, that hurt.
Did he just flat out miss it?
That shook him up.
So Martinez is going to be okay. 2-2 on Laird.
One of my former broadcast partners, Joe Garagiola Sr., used to call them the tools of intelligence. But everybody else calls them the tools of ignorance.
You got to be a special kind to get behind the plate. 2-2 on Laird. And he got him. Strike three. Gerald caught looking to end the inning. 7 strikeouts for Lester. But Brendan Bosch doing some magic again. He triples to the gap in right center.
Phones with MLB.com at Bat 2010, featuring play-by-play, video highlights, and live audio broadcasts. Visit Tigers.com today for more details.
So what do we have here?
She's getting married.
Somebody getting married, huh?
Yep. Hanging out at the ballpark. Purple must be her favorite color.
Here come the Red Sox in the 7th. Bonine's still out there. He took over for Dontrell Willis in the 4th. And now here in the 7th, he has Beltre, Drew, and Hall to deal with. 6-4, Tigers right back into this game. Beltre's been on base 3 times. Single, double, walk. The 1-1 pitch. Driven down the left field line. That is a foul ball.
You got to throw Beltre some fastballs. I mean, you can get in on him if you locate the fastball at the belt buckle on the inner third of the plate. But if you hang him breaking balls where Bonine hung that last breaking ball, that's where Beltre does his best work. Very hittable pitch here. Actually, it's a knuckleball, and that knuckleball's staying up today. And it's gotten hit harder today than I can remember the Bonine knuckleball being hit, only because it's staying up.
That one didn't miss by much. It would have been Beltre's third hit.
And throwing a piece of cheese right here. Inner third of the plate, about belt buckle high.
Rolled foul. Beltre broke into the big leagues at the age of 19 when he was a member of the Los Angeles Dodgers organization.
He had 48 home runs and had 200 hits in 2004 before he left as a free agent to go to Seattle. Those are monster numbers.
Straightens him up.
Old-fashioned third baseman numbers is what those were. Mike Schmidt kind of numbers.
Earned him a nice, healthy contract with Seattle.
Yeah, he hadn't done, from an offensive standpoint, what he did that year, but he has since won a couple Gold Gloves, and he averages 20, 25 home runs a year. But I guess he set the bar so high with that 48 homer year.
Two and two on Beltre. We're in the seventh. 6-4 Boston game 2 in this series. And he laid off. Tomorrow it's going to be John Lackey and Armando Galarraga. The White Sox coming to town Monday.
Lackey's pretty good. Matter of fact, Lackey's real good.
Just about everybody in their rotation is. Pop that one up. Foul ground, third base side. One away. Well, the pitchers have been out there hitting before games. That's because the interleague play is right around the corner. We'll be heading to Dodgers Stadium on that next road trip.
Mannywood. Although they ought to be renaming that Ethy or something for Andre. Ethier word? Something, because he's taken LA by storm this year. How about the Oakland Athletics? They traded Andre Ethier to the Dodgers for Milton Bradley.
Oops. Ouch, babe.
You think they wouldn't like to have him back now?
Yes. Absolutely. Of course, the Athletics, but they trade away a lot of people in recent history. Ethier's just tearing it up. J.D. Drew a 2-run double back in the third. Bonine bouncing one in. 2-1. Eddie came out in the fourth. Pitched the fifth, sixth, and now here in the seventh. 3-1. Minnesota lost today, so the Tigers had a chance to gain a game. And there's another walk.
Whew. Boy.
Yeah, they are really starting to total up now. That's 10 walks. For Tigers pitching, that is a season high. And that also brings Jim Leland out of the dugout. He's going to want to go to the bullpen.
He's not happy either.
So Bonine will be done here in the seventh. And Ryan Perry will be coming in. And we will take a break. We'll step aside with the scores. 6-4 Boston. play, and some of their pitchers were taking some swings today.
How about JV making a loud sound?
Going deep.
Did he go yard?
Yeah, he did. Ray Porcello was out there too.
Porcello was a good hitter in high school.
He went deep.
As a matter of fact, he was one of the better hitters on his high school team. And he's only been a couple of years removed from high school, so he might have a shot.
All right, Ryan Perry is on now for Detroit.
16th game now that Perry has been in. He's got a really explosive fastball, anywhere from 95 to 97. He's got a slider, and every now and then he throws one that has really nice tilt to it. Nice depth, I should say.
Here is Bill Hall. Fouled away 0-1. Hall with a 2-run shot off Bonine in the 5th. And right now that is the difference of the game. That made it 6-1 at that point before the Tigers came back with 3 in the 6th inning.
This Red Sox team, they don't run very much. But that doesn't mean you can forget about a base runner like J.D. Drew on first base.
To center field, Jackson coming on. 2 gone. Now McDonald. For 3 for Darnell McDonald. Ten walks here for Tigers pitching tonight, and 2 of them have scored. Now the 1-0. Inside. 2 balls. No strikes on McDonald. Two and 1.
That's good old country hardball right there. If you're McDonald 2-0, you know you're going to get a fastball, so you're sitting on it, you're cheating, and Perry still throws it right by him.
Drew with the walk is still at first base with 2 outs here in the 7th. Rolled foul. 2-2 on Darnell McDonald. Getting the wave going down here at the ballpark. Huge crowd here tonight. Almost 41,000. It's a sellout. In fact, it's the largest crowd since the home opener here.
They're having some fun, too.
Runner goes, swing and a miss. He struck him out. McDonald is out of there. Inning over. Stretch time coming up here at the ballpark. 15-inning complete games. How about that? Joe DiMaggio began his hitting streak in 1941 on this day. We see several no-hitters. Mark Fidrich threw a complete game 2-hitter in his first Big League start in 1976 on this day. And Len Barker, a perfect game versus Toronto. So it's been quite a day in the history of Major League Baseball.
Sure miss Mark the Bird Fidrich.
Always fun to catch up with the Bird every time we went to Boston.
Yes, it was.
Talking baseball, and speaking of the Bird, here's the line from that day in which he made his Big League debut, May 15th of '76. First Major League start, how about a complete game win? Gave up just 2 hits. Pretty good. 0-1 on Scott Sizemore. We're in the bottom of the 7th. Sizemore to be followed by Everett, and then Jackson, and a wave and a miss. Lester has rolled up 7 strikeouts in this game. He has reached the 100 plateau. Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss. 8 strikeouts for Lester.
Hey, Tigers fans, this season it's easier than ever to find the seats you want or to sell the tickets to the games that you cannot make on StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Detroit Tigers. Go to StubHub.com and choose your seats today.
Adam Everett, an RBI double. That was back in the 3rd. He is 1 for 2. The 0-1. Down the middle it comes. 0-2. Got him. Strike 3. Lester now with 9 strikeouts. 3 in a row.
104, 67 strikes, 37 balls. But entering tonight, Lester has been, since the beginning of the 2008 season, one of the best left-handers in the American League. You don't know a whole lot about him because he pitches in the shadow of Josh Beckett and plays in Boston, but a tremendous left-handed pitcher.
Jackson 0 for 3. Lester's season high strikeout total is 11. He did that back on April 28th in Toronto. His career high is 12. He has 9 tonight. Jackson has hit the ball on the ground to Beltre 3 times tonight. One and 2 on Austin. Jackson on the homestand now 3 for 23 as he's beginning to cool a bit. It's going to be hard for him to maintain that 370 pace that he was on. Multiple hit games. Seemed like every night. He still has 52 hits, which is tied for the league lead with Ichiro. Ichiro has caught him now. And that one just missed. Lester was on his way back to the dugout. The 2-2. There you go. Cabrera's on that list as well. And there's your Andre Ethier we're talking about.
Yep.
49 hits.
Yep. I first laid eyes on Andre Ethier at 14 years old. And from that day forward, I knew he was going to be a professional player. I didn't know about the big leagues, but I knew he was going to get into pro ball. And all the coaches that were at that event that I saw him at when he was 14 years old thought as much too. That's just how good he was and how mature he was at age 14.
So what can we expect out of Ethier when we get to Los Angeles?
Oh, you can expect a lot of hits. He can hit left-handers. He can hit right-handers. He's hitting for average. He's hitting for power. He's a really good player, good young player, one of the brightest young stars in the game. And the center fielder, Kemp, out there is not too bad.
Jackson hanging in against Lester. Lester has thrown as many as 120 pitches in a game this year. There's Casper Wells on deck. And the 2-2. Full count on Jackson.
Looking like the Tigers are going to get a chance to face Dallas Braden as well out in Oakland when they get out there. And Braden pitched yesterday, first start after pitching the perfect game, and didn't fare so well against the Angels. Joe Saunders beat him. But we'll get him.
And he lost him, ball 4. The 4th walk for Lester. So that means the tying run's coming to the plate now.
That was an outstanding at-bat by Jackson, who fell behind Lester very early, fouled off a number of really good two-strike pitches before getting the base on balls.
Manny Del Carmen would be ready if needed.
There's Gary Tuck. You were talking about him earlier and him working with Victor Martinez, their bullpen coach.
Well, here's Wells now. He's 0 for 3 in his big league debut. Strike 1. No easing Wells into the lineup, man. You come out first big league game facing John Lester, who has struck out 9 tonight.
Is it a rumor that he's going back AAA tomorrow? Or is that a fact?
I'm not sure it's quite a fact yet. The Tigers have not announced it, but that, I think, will be the move. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. I think Leland pretty much alluded to that yesterday. Galarraga will get the start tomorrow.
That means they brought Wells up just for this game against the left-handed Lester. Take advantage of some of those things by maneuvering your roster.
One and 2. A couple of rookies at the top of the lineup tonight, and Jackson and Wells. Johnny Damon getting the night off. Got him, strike 3. Boy, Lester, 10 strikeouts. Tigers strand a runner, and you're watching Tigers baseball on Fox Sports Detroit, presented by Bell Tire. Summary, J.D. Drew and David Ortiz, a couple of RBIs each for the Red Sox. Bill Hall, 2-run homer. his second of the series. Brennan Bosch has done it again, a 2-run triple. That came in the 6th inning to tighten this game up. Meanwhile, Ryan Perry is back to the hill as we go to the 8th inning, and he's facing the top of the lineup for the Red Sox. It'll be Scutaro, Pedroia, and Martinez. Tigers have been out hit 7-4. And a strike called on Marco Scutaro. Red Sox signed him as a free agent in December. Single and a walk tonight, plus a run scored. Coming into play tonight, Scutaro in the leadoff slot, and again he has taken over the leadoff slot for Jacoby Ellsbury, and once Ellsbury comes back, he's probably back in the 9-hole. But since taking over, he's scored 20 runs and hit 270 in 30 games. And Terry Francona has said it really was a no-brainer once Ellsbury went down. He thought Scutaro could do the job, and he has. The 0-2. 1-2 on Marco.
Terry Francona was a good big league player himself, and even better collegiate player. Coming off the campus of University of Arizona, he was a Golden Spikes winner in 1980, and also MVP in the College World Series for Francona.
To the ear to right, and Maglio's under it.
Kind of had his big league career cut short by a number of knee injuries, though, but Terry could really hit. Has the perfect temperament to manage in this Boston Red Sox club.
It appears that Lester is done. 7 innings with 10 strikeouts. 4 runs.
Almost reached his season high in pitches of 120.
It's the 9th time in Lester's career that he's had 10 or more strikeouts. Pedroia has walked twice. Tigers pitching tonight has walked 10.
It's hard to win when you walk 10, but they're still very much in this game.
It's kind of amazing. 10 walks, only 2 have scored, and you're just down by 2 in the 8th. Two and one on Pedroia.
It's a dangerous count here for the little big man, Dustin Pedroia. He leads their team in home runs and RBIs.
Three and one.
And he doesn't get cheated. He's looking to do some damage here. It amazes me that a guy can swing as hard as he does and as aggressive as he does, but yet very seldom strikes out.
See if this one stays in play. Cabrera will have room. 2 gone. Pedroia is out of there. That's going to leave it up to Victor Martinez. Victor 0 for 4 tonight, and now 0 for 8 in the series. Chop foul, 0-1. They have some action in their bullpen. That's Okajima, who pitched last night.
Okajima must be better against right-handers than Del Carmen is. Because Maglio's leading off. And then Cabrera.
Meanwhile, Phil Koch is warming up in the Detroit bullpen. Perry came on to get the final 2 outs of the 7th. He's gotten 2 outs here in the 8th. Two and one on Martinez. There's Phil Koch. A terrific job he's done this year. Ooh, big rip there by Martinez. He sent it right back to the screen. Right back at Bob Logan. Oh, look at that. Our cameraman right behind home plate. What's up, Logan? You all right? Give us the thumbs up if you're okay. All right, attaboy. The 2-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes. On deck is Youkilis. Perry trying for the 1-2-3 inning here. Tigers down by 2. We're in the 8th. And the 3-2. He walked him. 11 Tigers walks. So it's going to give Youkilis a shot here in the 8th. Skipper still pacing. Youkilis has walked 4 times himself in this game, and he takes a ball. The last time the Tigers walked 11 was June 14th of last year at Pittsburgh. Now the 1-0. Off the end of the bat. Perry is going to make the play. And it's dropped at first base by Cabrera. Youkilis is aboard. So that'll keep the inning going. This is going to bring the skipper out as well. E3, Cabrera charged with the air.
Nice athletic play here by Perry, getting over, setting his feet. Throw tailed on Cabrera, but a ball should have been caught. Looked like he was kind of bracing himself for contact with Youkilis running down the line. It looked like Youkilis is telling him on that particular play, you probably should have moved your feet, gotten in foul territory to make the play. And we do know that Youkilis is an outstanding defender at first base.
Koch is coming in. Another pitching change here in Detroit.
Which would have ended the inning Perry throws the ball over, but take a look where the throw is. And all of a sudden right now, Cabrera takes his eye off the ball just for a moment to see where the runner is, bracing himself for contact, and doesn't make the play cleanly. And then he and Youkilis are talking about it, and what Youkilis is saying on that particular play, maybe you should shuffle your feet, get into foul territory so I don't run into you, and then you could make that play. Of course, Youkilis is a Gold Glove defender at first base.
So here is Cope to take on Ortiz, and Big Papi takes a rip and a miss. 0-1. Ortiz has a couple of RBIs in this game.
Ortiz 0 for 6 against Phil Coke in his career with 1 strikeout.
All of those at bats against the Yankees when Cope was a member of the New York pen. 1-1 on Ortiz. 17 RBIs, 6 homers now for Big Papi. A couple of home runs in the ball game last night. Six RBIs in the series. Here's the 1-1.
Tigers have about 4 or 5 guys in their bullpen that can get fastballs into the mid-90s. And Cope can get it up there every now and then. And of course, you know about the big arm at the back end of the bullpen. Zamaya and Perry and Papa Grande. I guess Zach Minor had a little bit of a minor setback while he was rehabbing in the minor leagues. They had to shut him back down.
Yeah, that's the word. Zach was in the clubhouse yesterday. Two and two. I don't think he went. They want the appeal. He did not go.
That's a good pitch. If you throw that same pitch in that same location, you might get a swing and miss from Big Papi because he barely held up on this slider. Barely. This much we do know. If he flares it in left field again, it's going to be a play at home plate with Wells throwing from left and Victor Martinez running from second base.
Runners will be going here with 2 outs. And a swing and a miss. Ortiz is out on strikes. Cope fans him. They strand 2. Coming up at the bottom of the 8th. Tigers have 3 and 4 and 5 coming up. 7,800. And by Bell Tire, get the lowest tire price, period. Well, what's going on in the McDonald's Player of the Game voting? Here we go. Miguel Cabrera leading the way with 21% of the vote, followed by Brennan Bosch and Dontrell Willis. Brought to you by the McDonald's Deluxe Angus Third Pounder. Final votes, final results coming up on Tigers Live after the game. Hideki Okajima is the new pitcher for Boston.
He's got some decent numbers. 18th game now that he's been in, 2-1 record. Earned run average a shade over 4.3. Interesting move, though, by Terry Francona. Apparently, Okajima's the setup man for Papelbon. Got a couple of really good right-handers coming to the plate here in the 8th inning, and Okajima is yielding a better than 300 batting average against right-handed hitters.
Here's the 1-0. Maglio, by the way, 2 for 2 with a home run against Del Carmen. So he is not in. And against Okajima, 1 for 4. Two-0 pitch. A little bit low. 3-0 on Ordonez. Still some activity in that bullpen for Boston. There's Del Carmen again. He is joined by Papelbon.
And Maglio, one of those guys that does not like to swing 3 balls and no strikes.
Three and 1. Ordonez, Cabrera, Bosch here in the 8th. Ground ball foul right by Gene Lamont at third, and the count is full now, 3-2. Ordonez had a single to start the rally in the 6th inning, a base hit that eventually culminated with a 2-run triple by Brennan Bosch. Terry Francona hoping his bullpen can seal the deal tonight. High fly ball, left field, and hit well. Ball to the track, to the wall, it's gone. Ordonez pulls it out of the park down the left field line, and it's a 1-run game.
I would have to imagine that Terry Francona was thinking right along with exactly what you said. That Maglio had good numbers against Del Carmen, so he would leave him in. Okajima for Maglio and Del Carmen for Cabrera, but Maglio got himself a 3-2 fastball hanging and clobbered it.
Maglio's first home run since April 17th at Seattle. And it's a 6-5 game. And Cabrera takes inside. Ordonez hits his 5th of the year. Fouled straight back, 1-1 on Cabrera. Tigers now have 5 hits. 3 of them for extra bases, double, triple, and a homer. One and 2. Cabrera has a single and a walk.
Maglio with 6 hits in the first 2 games of this series. 3 singles last night. A couple more singles and a big fly today.
Now the 1-2. Fouled straight back.
5 hits in the series for Maglio.
Now Valverde's starting to warm up. Okajima ready with a 1-2. 2-2. Fourth season in Boston now for Okajima, who came to the United States back in 2007. 12 seasons pitching in Japan before coming stateside. 2-2 pitch is low and away. 3-2 on Cabrera. By the way, last year Maglio didn't hit his 5th home run until July the 21st. It's come a lot sooner this year. Bosch on deck. 40,000 plus making some noise now. Three-two pitch. Tigers had 3 in the 6th inning. That is their biggest frame. They got 1 in the 3rd and now 1 here in the 8th. At one point, the Red Sox had built a 6-1 lead. Inside, he lost him. Ball 4. Tying run is on. He's going to bring up Brennan Bosch.
It's a risky pitch here for Okajima and also Victor Martinez. And it looked like his glove was set up off the plate inside. I mean, really, if he hits the glove, it's a ball. And it looked like he hit the glove. But apparently they didn't want to throw a strike.
Third time that Cabrera reaches tonight. Here's Bosch, who tripled in 2 back in the 6th. Bouncing ball right side, base hit out of the reach of Pedroia. Cabrera goes to second, and the Tigers are in business.
And two innings in a row, the Tigers 3, 4, 5 hitters have gotten the job done. And they came into the game today one of the best 3, 4, 5s in all of baseball. And Brennan Bosch, it really doesn't matter whether it's a right-hander or a left-hander, whether he's seeing you for the first time or not. If you get it close enough, he's going to hit it hard somewhere. Three, 4, 5 hitters, 5 for 10 tonight with 4 runs, 3 ribbies. That triple courtesy of Bosch. And you saw the big fly by Maglio.
So the tying run now is in scoring position. Go-ahead run is at first base, and Brandon Inge, who knocked one in with a sac fly in the 6th inning.
You take a look at the corner infielders. It looks like they're expecting a bunt here from Brandon. But we'll see. When you've got the latter third of your batting order struggling as much as they have struggled, I mean, it may not be a bad idea to let Brandon swing the stick.
I agree. No sign of bunt there. I absolutely agree. And Inge has a walk and a sac fly tonight. He is 0 for 1 officially.
Otherwise, it would be a bunt situation for sure.
And it appears that Leland is thinking along those same lines. 1-0 on Inge. Still thinking bunt. Swing and a miss. 1-1.
Change piece. Sometimes Jim will give you that first swing to swing at, and then he might give you the bunt sign. Here's a look at that Okajima changeup. For the life of me, I don't know how he throws strikes, because he's not looking at his target when he lets the ball go.
Now it's 1-2.
Here's where, if you're Brennan Bosch, and Tom Brookins is telling him as much, is you got to get as much of a secondary lead as you possibly can get. As much as Euclid is going to give you, and Euclid is giving you a lot. Look how far he's off that line. He's not even in our picture right now. So if you're BOS, you got to get a big secondary lead. Ball hit on the ground. You cannot allow their middle infielders to turn it over.
Driven down the left field line. That is a fair ball. It'll go to the corner. Cabrera coming around to score. Here comes BOS. They're going to stop him at third. Brandon has a double, and we are tied.
Great decision by Jim Leland, not bunting. Brandon ends there with nobody out, runners on first and second. And Brandon comes through in a big, big way.
Second RBI of the night for Brandon, his 12th double.
That ball just kind of stayed up, and Brandon just kind of waited on it, almost like he knew it was coming. He didn't even stride on that particular pitch. He just used all of his hands and wrist and was able to get himself a double.
And down 6-1 at one point. The Tigers have fought back to make it a 6-6 game. They have runners at second and third, and nobody out.
Keep in mind, the Tigers have Johnny Damon on their bench. Should Francona go to one of the right-handers in his bullpen. But Jim has to be careful in the way that he uses Johnny Damon, because if the base is open at first, Francona may elect to walk Johnny Damon. So Jim has to pick his spot perfectly when he decides to use Damon here tonight.
Gerald Laird will step in now with nobody out.
Ooh, they're playing for the play at home here. They almost have to.
Laird is 0 for 3. Swing and a miss, 7-1 on Gerald. 6 runs, 7 hits for both teams. Tigers scored 2 here in the 8th after getting 3 in the 6th. Erasing a 5-run deficit. Okajima has given up a homer, a walk, a single, and a double.
And a no decision for John Lester.
On a night where he struck out 10. Fouled off of Martinez, who's had a tough night, and that one bit him in the arm.
Ugh.
Right off the protector on the shoulder. 0-2 on Gerald Laird. Inside, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
All right, don't be afraid to take one for the team, G-Money. If you're Laird in this situation, you got to be thinking about hitting a fly ball to right field. If you're thinking about hitting a fly ball to right field, then you will not swing in a changeup that's in the dirt. You might get jammed, but that's what your thought process should be right now.
Tipped it into the glove of Martinez for the strikeout. So 1 gone.
Well, here's where a little bit of a cat and mouse goes on between Leland and also Francona. And because Francona in the back of his mind has to be thinking about a possible squeeze play with Santiago coming up.
Santiago is going to bat for Sizemore. He has faced Okajima 3 times, 1 for 3 career against him.
Terry has his infield playing at the number 3 depth right now. 4 depth is all the way in. 3 is right where they're at. 2 is double play depth. And 1 is all the way back at the cut of the grass. 4 different depths you can play your infield at for different situations.
Ball 1.
Ooh, that's pretty good for Santiago.
6-6 game. Tigers trying to take the lead here. Line drive and caught by the third baseman Beltre, and there are 2 outs.
So it's a good thing that BOS did not have a big lead at third. He was only a couple of steps off the bag, and it's a good thing that he was, and he was anticipating a line drive and able to get back.
So with Everett due up, it is still a 6-6 game.
Well, Terry wants him to burn Johnny Damon is what he wants him to do.
And Francona now will take the baseball. From Okajima, pitching change. Boston goes right back to the bullpen. Papelbon being summoned out of the pen. And we'll step aside. Pitching change here at Comerica. Begins with Tigers Live at 12:30, followed by the game at 1. Tigers baseball presented by Bell Tire. Tomorrow afternoon on Fox Sports Detroit and Fox Sports Detroit HD. It'll be John Lackey and Armando Galarraga will be called up from AAA Toledo to make the start. He was 4-2 down there at Toledo. And Lackey, the big offseason acquisition, off to a nice start. All of those years prior to this season in an Angels uniform, and now joining the Red Sox. So Papelbon is the new pitcher.
16th game now that Papelbon has been in this year, has 1 win. He's lost a couple, but he is perfect in save opportunities.
Adam Everett pops it up. Left side of the infield. 1 pitch, and Papelbon gets out of it. So the Tigers leave a couple of men on, but they tie it up. Maglio. Bosch and Inge. And it's 6-6. Beltre, Drew, and Hall facing Koch. Santiago stays in the game, and he will play second base. Sizemore out of the game. Here's Adrian Beltre. In front of the off-speed pitch, 0-1. 7 hits for each side, 2 for 3 for Beltre tonight. Double single, walk, and a run score. You talk about a weird game. The Tigers pitchers have walked 11 Red Sox hitters. The Tigers batters have struck out 11 times, yet it's a tie game in the 9th inning. A lot of weird stuff going on tonight. And Jim Leland's squad down by 5 at one point. 0-2 on Beltre. On the ground, back up the middle. Santiago scoots to his right. Beltre is all one gone. Koch has faced 2 batters. He's retired them both. And here is J.D. Drew. Two-run double for Drew earlier tonight. He's also walked twice. Ball 1. One and one. Well, regarding those wacky numbers, last August the Yankees walked 12 Red Sox in a game, but the Yankees won that game 13-6. 11 walks tonight for Tigers pitching. Can they win it? Tipped it into the glove. 1-2. Got Laird. Three and two now on Drew.
And Koch's got that real firm fastball at 94, but if he does decide to throw it here to Drew, don't make a mistake out over the heart of the plate and allow him to pull something to right field, make him hit the ball to center field or left field.
Popped up.
Even better.
Inge charge again from third. Who's going to take it? Somebody. Brandon ends up making the play. 2 gone. Leland coming out. Bill Hall due up. It's going to be it for Koch, who will end up facing 3 batters and getting all 3 of them. Joel Zamaya being called in, and Koch walks off the field to a nice round of applause.
Right. Interesting decision for Jim Leland when Carlos does pronounce himself healthy. Where will he do? Where will he play? And how will he contribute? We know this guy has contributed in a big way this year. Zamaya comes in with a 2-0 record with 6 holds and earned run average that is outstanding. 24 strikeouts against 3 base on balls. That is a tremendous ratio.
So Hermida will pick up a bat. He'll pinch hit here in the ninth. Cote facing 3 batters, got all 3, and he'll give way to Zamaya. Hermida, the former Florida Marlin, played in the ball game last night, was 0 for 2. Pitch in for a strike, 0-1. Oh, look out. That one caught the home plate. Umpire Ron Culpa. Oh, my goodness. Well, they're coming out to check in. All right, he said, I'm all right.
Catchers and umpires have been getting buckled today.
That one just looked bad.
Well, Joe throws his fastball 100 miles an hour.
Listen to this. Wow. He keeps telling Kevin Random, okay. His umpiring mates came running down the line as well.
Those umpires got in there in a hurry. Those are your road dogs. Those guys hang out a lot during the course of the summer. Travel together. They spend lots of time together. The umpiring crew.
0-2 on Hermida.
I see you, Joe.
Zamaya comes in to throw 3 pitches, and Hermida is caught looking.
3 little bitty ones.
Let's go to the bottom of the ninth.
Last one was 101 to Hermida, who could not pull the trigger.
3 pitches. Final out. Hermida stays in the game, and he'll play in left. And the Tigers now will try and win it here in the bottom of the 9th inning. They have Austin Jackson to lead it off. Johnny Damon has moved to the on-deck circle. And then Maglio Ordonez. Jackson takes ball 1. Jonathan Papelbon came on, and they got Everett to pop up on 1 pitch to end the 8th. The Tigers had tied it up. They had runners at second and third, nobody out. And they couldn't get any more in. Fouled away. 1-1.
Here's a situation where if you're Jackson, top half of the 9th inning, you might be thinking about bunting something down in that direction. Look at how much room Beltre is giving you. And if you're the winning run and you're the leadoff hitter and you've got that kind of speed, that thought has to cross your mind. Although Beltre is a tremendous defender, you still need to be thinking along those lines.
Inside, 2 balls, 1 strike. Johnny Damon has not had much success against Jonathan Papelbon. That may be one statement of the night.
Well, Jim was waiting for the right situation to use Johnny Damon. He didn't want to burn him with a base open last half inning, or he would have used him.
2-2 on Jackson. Tigers fell behind 6-1 in this game. They scored 3 in the 6th, 2 in the 8th.
Papelbon's been throwing a lot more breaking balls and fork balls this year. Has not been all that aggressive with his fastball.
To the second baseman, Pedroia. Jackson is out, 1 away. Going to bring up Johnny Damon in a pinch hitting role here for Casperwell. Damon last night was hitless. Crowd loves him. Johnny already has 1 walk-off this year. Popped him up. Third base side. Beltre for the second out. And that will leave it up to Maglio. Rally Caps out in full force tonight.
And last half inning, Maglio played long ball against Okajima. And then they walk Cabrera. Then Big Brennan Bosch comes up and gets himself a base hit. And then it was on once again, started by the 3-4-5.
Strike 1 on Ordonez. The home run that he hit in the 8th was his 5th of the year. He's seen Papelbon 6 times, 1 for 6. Oh, 2. Maglio is up to 304 with his 2 hits tonight. And the 0-2. Applebaum 38 saves last year, 41 the year before that.
It looks Couture.
Swing and a miss. He got him to chase, and down he goes.
Well, maybe Applebaum's done then. Get him out of the picture.
1, 2, 3, 9th inning. Let's go to the 10th. Jack Link's beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky, feed your wild side. As we go to the 10th inning tonight here at the ballpark. Tigers 6 and the Red Sox 6. Johnny Damon stays in the game. He's in left field for Casper Wells. Zamaya is still on the mound. He came on and struck out Hermida on 3 pitches to close out the 9th. And Mike Lowell will pinch hit now for Darnell McDonald. The veteran Lowell leads off the 10th.
He is 2 for 2 in his career against Zamaya. Make that 3 for 3.
Solid base hit to left field for Lowell, and the leadoff man is on. And now
it's amazing how that happens.
With their 8th hit.
Right out of bed, 100-mile-per-hour fastball, 1 swing. Thanks for coming.
Get a pinch run for him now. Jonathan Van Every. Pinch running. Lowell does his job. He gets on. We give way to the pinch runner. And now Marco Scutaro up there to try and advance him. Two sacrifices this year for Scutaro, who shows bunts, and he lays one down. This will work. Zamaya throws him out. Sacrifice. Make it 3 sacrifices now for Scutaro. Go ahead run in scoring position. Well, they've got their really good hitters coming up. Here's Pedroia. Two walks tonight for Pedroia, plus a run scored. Otherwise, 0 for 3. He had a rip, 0-1.
Well, this is why he leads their club in ribbies. 320 and batting average for Dustin.
Bouncing ball back up the middle. Everett gobbles it up. His throw is in time. Pedroia is out. Runner advances to third.
Zamaya has thrown 7 pitches
He has thrown 7 strikes, and they have been all fastballs. He has not used a breaking ball up until this point.
Here's Victor Martinez. 1 for 6 against Joel. And every down at third base, representing the go-ahead run. Line drive caught by the first baseman. He hit a bullet right at Cabrera. Couldn't hit it any harder. Cabrera, Bosch, Inge coming up. The Tigers will have Cabrera to lead it off. At every stage of the game, he'll play in center field. Cabrera, Bosch, and Inge to face Jonathan Papelbon, who is still out there. He got an out in the 8th, pitched the 9th, and Cabrera 1 for 5 career against Papelbon. So the big lumber coming up here in the 10th.
Papelbon has not thrown that many pitches, but it's going back to the bench and sitting down and then coming out again, sitting down and going back out again is what a lot of managers like to stay away from with their closer. But obviously this game Francona really wants after his team had a very big lead early, and the Tigers have walked 11 of his hitters today.
So here is Cabrera. And there is strike 1.
We've seen Cabrera beat up on some closers already this year. He took Joaquin Soria deep earlier this year. He also has taken Brian Fuentes deep of the Los Angeles Angels.
Papelbon has 160 career saves, which is the most in Red Sox history. He's got some tough sledding here in the 10th. Tigers tied it up with 2 in the 8th. Here's the 1-1.
Good rip.
Well, from the 7th inning on, Cabrera has been awfully good. 325 with 14 RBIs.
It's a money play.
Aguilio started the comeback with a home run in the 8th. Got him to within 1.
Papelbon himself has thrown all fastballs really since coming in. He has not used his slider or his split-fingered fastball yet.
Another big rip. And the 1-2. Towards second base on a soft line, and Pedroia records the out. Now they called him out. He caught it on the line, threw it anyway, and first base umpire Lance Barksdale signaled he was out. 1 away. Going to bring up Bosch. Swinging a line drive, base hit right field. It's going to go to the wall, as a matter of fact. Bosch takes the turn. He's going to second. He's in with a double.
That young boy's bad. That young boy is bad.
Wow. Single, double, triple now for Bosch.
How about the sound, though? 94 absolutely drilled. Makes a different sound off his bat. Ooh, what bat speed.
Bosch may be hurt. Jim Leland and Kevin Rand are heading out there to check him out.
Bosch told me before the game today he was battling a little bit of a tight groin, which is a tough spot. Boy, you don't want to hurt your groin.
8th double already this year. So the winning run is in scoring position. And here's Brandon Inge. Tigers now have 8 hits. 3 of those belong to Bosch.
Inge came up big his last time up, doubling off Okajima. And down in that left field corner. He needs to get ready for the fastball here against Papelbon, because that's all Papelbon has thrown.
The Red Sox this year have already played 6 extra inning games, and they are 1-5 in those games. Tigers have played only 1. Well, today is 2. Swing and a miss. Brandon 2 RBIs, doubled in a run to tie the game in the 8th.
If you're Brandon here, you want to be short, quick, and compact to the ball. No need for a big, huge swing, because you can't catch up to a 96-mile-per-hour fastball if you're taking a big, over-aggressive swing. Just meet it. Papelbon will supply all the power for you.
Ooh, look out. Buckling out of the batter's box. 1-1. Papelbon with that famous glare into the catcher. Two and 1 on Inge.
First breaking ball.
This is the first extra inning affair for the Tigers since the second game of the season at Kansas City. 2-1.
That's unfortunate. Brandon was trying to get out of the way. But that's what happens when you're gearing up for a mid-90s fastball and you know you're going to get the fastball. You have to cheat as a hitter. And every now and then you get the bat out there too far and you make contact when you don't want to.
Swing and a miss. Inge is out on strikes, and Papelbon now has one more out to get. The second strikeout for Papelbon. 13 strikeouts for Boston pitching tonight.
And Papelbon's season high has been 2 innings this year. He's trying to go beyond that in getting the 3rd out here in the 10th inning.
Here's Gerald Laird. Laird is 0 for 4. One and one. Tigers get a 1-out double from Brendan Bosch here in the 10th. Papelbon came back to strike out Inge, and now he's dealing with Laird. The 3rd hit of the game for Bosch tonight. Single, double, triple. Fouled away. Now it's 1 and 2. Jim Leland's squad fighting back from a 5-run deficit. The 3 in the 6th, 2 in the 8th. Driven in the air to left field. Hermina will go to the warning track. And that is that. Tigers get a double, but leave Bosch stranded. 10 in the books as we go to the 11th. Well, Maglio Ordonez with a big home run back in the 8th inning. Time for the Coors Lights cold hard blast, and it's courtesy of Mr. Maglio. So we go to the 11th inning, and it's going to be Youkilis to lead it off. Youkilis, Ortiz, and Beltre facing Joel Zamaya, who's back out there. First pitch inside, 1-0 on Youkilis. He has walked 4 times in this game. Zamaya struck out a batter in the 9th and then pitched through the 10th. Now here in the 11th. Checked it. Did he go? Nope. According to Lance Barksdale, 2-0 on Youkilis. Two-0 pitch. Now it's 3-0. And he lost him on 4 straight pitches. A walk to Youkilis. So that's 5 walks in the game. Now 12 walks by Tigers pitching. Here's Ortiz. Big Papi with 2 more RBIs tonight. Singled in a run of the 3rd and a single which produced a run of the 4th.
Joel was very efficient with his strike throwing coming into this inning, but has thrown 5 straight that have missed the strike zone. And Joel had only walked 3 batters all year long. Make it 6 straight.
There is action in the Tigers bullpen. The starting stir. And that would be left-hander Fu Tae Ni. There's a 2-0. That's in the air to shallow left. Johnny Damon coming on. Look out! It's going to drop in. Youkilis will go to second and stop there.
Boy, that looked like a play that Adam probably should have made. Don't know for sure. But at that shortstop position, you've got to go as hard as you can, as long as you can, until you hear the left fielder call you off. And I'm not certain that he called him off.
Here comes the skipper. Leland marching out to the mound. So a base hit for Ortiz. That'll be his 3rd hit of the game. First and second, nobody out for the Red Sox. Quick little strategy confab for the skipper.
Well, this much I do believe the Tigers know, that sacrifice bunting is not really part of Beltre's game.
Single walk and a double for Beltre. 9 hits for the Red Sox in this one. Strike 1. Tigers last walked 12 in a game. It was a 10-inning game last June against the White Sox. Strike called. 0-2 on Beltre. Beltre doesn't like it. Ooh. He's letting Ron Culpa know about it. Here's the 0-2. Missed it away. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
If you're Joel here and you decide to throw a breaking ball, you have to make sure you get the breaking ball down at the bottom of the strike zone, or else you will do Beltre a favor. He might have a tough time in catching up to your fastball, but if you hang him a breaking ball here with 2 strikes, he might just hit that pitch.
One and 2, the count stays on Beltre. Inning started with a walk to Euclid, and then Ortiz blooped a single to the left between Everett and Damon. Inside is Beltre. Bends out of the way. Two and 2. The Red Sox have not scored since getting 2 in the 5th inning. That's when they took their 6-1 lead. J.D. Drew on deck. Now the 2-2. Breaking ball is looped out of play. The Yankees beat Minnesota earlier today, which makes this a much bigger game for the Tigers. Of course, they can get to within a game and a half. The first place in the Central Division. Brennan Bosch has had another big night. Fouled away again. Swing and a miss, and he finally disposes of Beltre.
Some easy gas here at 101. Joel kicked that leg up, got to a real nice balanced spot, and even though the ball was up, Beltre could not hold up on that swing.
So the Tigers pitching now has recorded 10 strikeouts. Boston pitching has 13 strikeouts. Here's Drew.
Joe really has to concentrate here to make sure he gets his arm up to a slot, which will continue to allow him to throw downhill. Most of the fastballs that Joel has thrown in this inning have been up and out of the strike zone, which is an indication of he dropping his arm down, the elbows dropping.
Bouncing ball to short. Everett has it. Flips to second one. Relay. Got him the double play. Oh, Zamaya pumped up. He pitches out of a jam here in the 11th. A 6-4-3. Now we'll see if the Mets can win it in the bottom. 2, trying to decide this one in extra frames. Manny Del Carmen is now the new pitcher for Boston.
16th game now that Del Carmen has been in this year, and his numbers are very good. He has been a mainstay in the bullpen for Terry Francona since the beginning of the 2007 season.
Santiago will lead it off, then Everett, and then the top of the order, Austin Jackson. Santiago pinch hit for Sizemore. That was back in the 8th, and he lined out to third. Del Carmen missing low. So Papelbon goes 2 1/3 tonight. Fouled away. 1-1. Vila and Don Kelly are the only hitters remaining on the bench for Jim Leyland. The 2-1.
A base on balls would be lovely here, which would set Everett up for a sacrifice bunt, which he's very good at doing.
And there's your walk.
Thank you very much. It's like a double.
The only man left on the bench for Francona is Veritas. They've used Lowell, Van Every, and Hermida.
In this situation, if you're Everett, and he'll be bunting, you want to bunt down toward this area. You want to go down toward first base. Youkilis has a job to do by holding Santiago on. Beltre has no responsibility. You don't want to bunt it to Beltre because he will be charging aggressively, and he could make that play at second base. A lot of times in this situation, when the pitcher knows that you're up there bunting, they will elevate the fastball right around the letters, in this case the Old English D, to see if Everett will try to bunt that ball and bunt it in the air. But Everett, 15 sacrifice bunts last year, usually gets the ball down on the ground.
He has one this year. Here's the 1-0. 2-0. Gene Lamont down at third.
And sometimes Gino doesn't even need to get a sign from his best friend, Jim Leland. And they are always on the same page.
Here's a bunt, but it's foul. Everett had an RBI double way back in the third, so he's 1 for 4 tonight.
As a third base coach, especially a young third base coach, when you are starting out giving signs, you got to get in the mirror and kind of practice your signs to make sure that it's smooth, because if it's not, opposing teams can steal your signs. A lot of managers take advantage of young third base coaches that have not done it that long.
So Everett does it again. The sacrifice moves the winning run to second base. It's his second sacrifice of the year for Adam.
Yeah, perfectly done. It looks like Youkilis is charging aggressively, as is Beltre, so he gets it to where Papelbon has to field it. And the pitcher is going to take the out. Excuse me, Papelbon is gone. It's Del Carmen that's in the game.
little refresher course here on the scouting report against Austin Jackson. John Farrell, the pitching coach, just wants to make sure Martinez and Del Carmen know how they're going to try to get Jackson out and how they've tried to get him out this series.
Santiago carries with him the winning run if they can get him home. Jackson is 0 for 4 with a walk. Tigers tonight have been just 2 for 10 with runners in scoring position. Del Carmen against Jackson here in the 11th. Ball 1.
Well, Dustin Pedroia is holding Santiago on at second base. And Jackson's gotten a boatload of hits in that direction. But look at where Youkilis is playing. He's covering up the slack for him.
Squeeze one inside the bag then. Here's the 1-0.
Is it that easy?
No.
15 knocks the opposite way for Jackson.
Here's the 2-0. Right down there for a strike, 2-1.
What a pitch. Change-up. 2-0 change piece. But that's what you have to do up here. Game's on the line. You know Jackson's looking for the fastball. 81-mile-per-hour fastball right down the middle. Timing was disrupted.
Now 3-1.
So Carmen's had a tough time finding the strike zone in this inning.
Got Johnny Damon lurking. Three and 1 on Austin Jackson. He'll get back toward the seats. Will he get out of play? Yep, a couple of rows deep. 3-2. Neither team has scored since the Tigers got 2 in the bottom of the 8th to tie this one up. Leadoff walk to Santiago and a sacrifice got him to second. $40,742 in attendance tonight, and they have watched a whale of a ball game. A Tiger comeback down by 5 at one point. Ground ball left side. Throw to first is in time. Scudero thought about going to the bag at second.
Almost waited too long. Had he paused for a split second longer, Jackson would have beat that ball out. Santiago takes a couple of steps toward third and realizes he can't go anywhere, so he gets back. Scudero entertained the thought and paused, and had he paused a little bit more, and Jackson steals a hit, possibly.
So here's Damon.
He's a money player. He's a clutch player. Gets big hits.
Strike one. Faced Del Carmen 3 times, 0 for 3 career. 0 for 1 tonight in a pinch hitting role. He popped up back in the 9th. Looking for the clutch 2-out hit here to send the crowd home happy. And the 0-1. 1-1 on Johnny Damon. Santiago, the winning run, is second. Del Carmen appeared in 64 games out of the Boston pen last year, 73 the year before that when he had a terrific season.
He was born in Boston, Massachusetts. He now lives in East Bridgewater. So he's a homeboy. Is Del Carmen. That's got to be a thrill.
Outside 3-1. His pass flows must be pretty long every night.
Yeah, every night. But he's probably got to the point now where he probably takes care of just a few people, and he tells everybody else you're on your own. And there are no tickets to be had in Boston. They sell that place out every night.
That's a good point. 3-1 on Damon. There's a strike. 3-2. Johnny thought he had a walk. Not so.
What is Fox pitch tracks telling us about that last one? Okay.
Here's the 3-2. Got him. Strike 3 on the outside corner, off speed. Got Damon looking. What a pitch. Tigers lead the winning run at second to go to the 12th. Runs 9 hits. They've stranded 13 of this game. The Tigers have left 8. And the Tigers will go with a new pitcher out of the bullpen. Now Jose Valverde will check in to throw for Detroit.
18th game now for Jose Valverde. And he has 10 saves and 11 chances. His earned run average is just a shade over a half a point. At 0.57. Opponent's batting average is 120.
10 saves for Valverde. Time for the American League lead. Jeremy Hermida leads it off here in the 12th. Both sides with good opportunities in the extra innings to either go ahead or win.
And most of these Boston Red Sox have not seen Valverde. He did most of his work in the senior circuit, the National League, for Arizona and the Houston Astros.
2-0.
Although Hermida has when he was wearing a Florida Marlins uniform.
Now 3-0 on Hermida. The Red Sox got a leadoff walk in the 11th, but failed to score that run. Zumaya later in the inning got a double play. There's a strike, 3-1. Van Every waiting on deck, and then it's Marco Scutaro. Driven toward left field and hit well. Damon is going to get there, though, for the out. Hermida is gone, one away.
The center fielder, Jonathan Van Every.
There's Van Every. Van Every came on a pinch run in the 10th. Batting 188. Strike one. One ball, two strikes.
Valverde's got a couple of different fork balls. He's got one that he can make dance like this one down and into the left-handers. That almost acts like a slider. And then he's got one that he can throw that kind of dances away from the left-hander as well, down and into the right-hander, just by changing the pressure points with his fingers.
On the ground to second base, Santiago gobbles it up.
And he throws that fork ball at 88 miles an hour, which is extremely hard.
Tiger bullpen tonight has now gone 8 1/3, allowing 2 runs and 5 hits.
They have pitched a lot this year.
There's Scutaro. Marco had a base hit way back in the 4th, scored a run. Down the middle, right at the knees. Valverde slings one home, 0-1.
This guy's pretty good. And he's got the perfect temperament to be a closer. Got a little hot dog in him. Well, maybe a lot of hot dog, but he can close out some ball games.
10 saves.
Not afraid.
The 0-1.
98 with that piece of cheese. And now he's got this fork ball that he throws at 88, 89 miles an hour that looks like a fastball coming out of his hand because he's throwing it from the same window as the fastball, and most hitters do not hit it hard because it has so much movement to it.
Ground ball to short. Everett throws him out a 1-2-3 inning. No runs, no hits, nobody left. 3-4-5 coming up for Detroit. up in a good one here tonight. 3, 4, and 5 coming up, and here's what 3, 4, and 5 has done tonight for the Tigers. Awfully impressive. 6 for 13. It's going to be Maglio leading it off. Ordonez, then Cabrera, then Bosch. Maglio's had a 2 for 2 career against Del Carmen, including a home run. He gave up a leadoff walk in the 11th. Tigers got that runner to second base, but no farther than that. Actually, they got him to third, but didn't score. And a ball high. 1-0 on Maglio. Ordonez, single home run, 2 runs scored. 302 batting average. To center field, base hit. The winning run is on. Ordonez gets another hit, his third tonight. That's 6 hits in the series. Nine hits for both sides. That'll bring up Cabrera. Strike one to the outer edge. 0-1 on Miguel. Big fella tonight has been on base a few times. He's walked twice. He has singled. He has scored twice.
Big fella waiting on that changeup. He knows he might just get one from Del Carmen because it's an outstanding pitch for Del Carmen. But he can only do it for one more strike.
Popped him up. Back at first, Youkilis. 1 out. Bring up Brandon Bosch, and it's going to bring Francona out of the dugout. He's going to want his left-hander. Scott Schoenweiss has been warming up. There's the lefty Schoenweiss, and he'll be summoned out of the bullpen. So Del Carmen will be lifted here in the 12th. And as we wait on Schoenweiss to come out of the pen and go back to the studio now. Game break. Here's Mickey York.
Well, that's good news if you're Brennan Bosch. He has yielded a .348 batting average to left-handed swingers this year, and he has not had a whole lot of success against the righties either. Scott Schoenweiss has appeared in 20 or more games in 11 straight seasons, from '99 to 2009, joining only Jamie Moyer and Alan Emery as the only major league left-handers to do so. 20 or more games in 11 straight seasons for Scott Schoenweiss.
Schoenweiss, the left-hander out of Duke University, has been in the league a long time. In fact, he's been in both leagues, American and National League. And he will go to work against Brennan Bosch, who has put together another outstanding night. Single, double, and a triple, and 2 RBIs.
Well, he has seen a few left-handers in this homestand, and it started with CC Sabathia on Thursday night. He got a breaking ball that was breaking down and away from him, and he had that high finish and hit a line drive over the 330 sign.
So Bosch now with the winning run at first base and 1 out.
This much we do know. If it's close, he's happy. And because he has turned in to be a notorious first ball swinger, now when he goes to the plate these days, he finds himself in a 1-ball, no strike count because opposing pitchers aren't throwing that first ball over the plate anymore.
Another broken bat and another base hit for Bosch. Coming to third base, Ordonez. He is in there standing up. A 4-hit night for Brennan Bosch. And the winning run at third.
He is just not fazed by any of this stuff that's going on, and his teammates are kind of in awe of how this young man has handled himself. Nice little 2-seam fastball running in on his hands, and Bosch, so big and strong, muscles the ball into right field. And Maglio, as soon as the ball landed in the grass, he did not need Gene Lamont to tell him what to do. He knew he could get to third base without the help of the third base coach.
Or Papa Grande, who was screaming for the dugout. So Schoenweiss comes on, unable to get the left-hander.
I was watching Bosch run after he got that base hit, and I could tell that whatever caused Jim Leland and Kevin Rand to go check on him with the last half inning after he doubled is bothering him just a little bit because he was not running all that aggressively. As I said earlier, he told me before the game that his groin is tight, so he needs to be careful with that.
Ramon Ramirez comes running in from the bullpen as we update you on the McDonald's player of the game so far. Look who's leaped into first place. Brennan Bosch with a 4-hit night now has 43% of the vote.
Well deserved.
Well, tomorrow we're going to see the final game of the series. Don't forget, here is the pitching matchup. John Lackey will go for the Red Sox. Armando Galarraga will get his first big league start of this season, being called up from AAA Toledo.
It looks like both bullpens will be somewhat spent, and both managers having to dip into their relief corps quite a bit in this ball game tonight. John Lackey must be getting a lot of run support and a 4.60 earned run average. Ramon Ramirez is a new pitcher. 14 games already. 0-1 record, 1 hold. A lofty earned run average of 5.5.
And Brandon Inge will be the first man to face him with the winning run at third base.
And Brandon already with 1 sacrifice fly in this game today. That came back in the 6th.
So the Tigers now have 10 hits, which is 1 more than Boston. A chance to win it here for Brandon with only 1 out. Inge has a couple of RBIs. 1 came on a sac fly, the other on a double. And Gene Lamont says, hold up here. And he will talk to Inge.
Gino playing some mind games now.
Red Sox haven't scored since the 5th. The Tigers got 2 in the 8th. Last time they scored, and that tied it up. Ramirez ready to go to work here. Ball 1. RBIs. The infield has come in for the Red Sox. Ball 2. Laird waiting on deck.
They really don't care about walking Brandon here, which would load the bases and give them a better opportunity of getting out of this jam with a double play, which is why he's missed on the first 2 pitches.
Ball 3.
Might as well just put him on. Gerald Laird is going to have to do it. Or a pinch hitter.
Here's Avila.
He's ready.
Three and 1. Is that a strike?
Fox Tracks is saying when it crossed the plate, it might have had enough. But when Victor caught it, it was definitely a ball.
Three-one pitch. There is ball 4 to load the bases. And Gerald Laird will not bat. Alex Avila picks up a bat. He will pinch hit. Ordonez, the winning run at third base. They are loaded up for the Tigers. And here is Avila. Alex trying to win it here in the 12th. Strike 1.
Well located fastball there by Ramirez.
Avila this year as a pinch hitter is 0 for 2. Trying to plate Maglio here. He tried to hold up, couldn't do it. Now it's 0-2.
Still got a chance. This is where you got to spread out. You got to choke up. You got to do whatever you have to do to put the ball in play, which means giving up something. You're not worried about doing a lot of damage here. You're just worried about protecting that plate and not striking out if you can do so.
Head back toward the seats and out of play. Inning started with a single by Ordonez. 1 out later, Bosch had a base hit, putting runners at first and third, then a walk to Brandon Inge. Grande came on to pitch in the 12th inning. The top of this 12th. Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss. Avila down on strikes, and there are 2 gone now.
Tigers have squandered some opportunities today. With runner on third, less than 2 outs.
So it's going to be up to Santiago. Still 1 more out to get for Ramirez. Red Sox pitching with, count them now, 15 strikeouts. Ball 1 to Santiago.
Santiago might as well take a strike. That's what I would tell him to do. Get on base any way you can.
Ball 2 on Santiago.
That little fella still fired up. Good to go. 12 innings in.
Ball 3, and he missed way high. And now here comes the crowd.
He wouldn't walk in the winning run, would he?
Well, the collar is tightening. 40,000 plus. Trying to will the Tigers to a win tonight. 3-0 on Santiago. Ball 4, and the Tigers win. A bases loaded walk from Ramon Ramirez. Maglio touches the plate and tells Santiago to go touch first.
In a night where the Tigers pitching staff walked 12, it was the Boston Red Sox walking in the winning run with the bases loaded in the bottom half of the 12th inning.
On 4 straight pitches. And Santiago gets the game-winning RBI. Nice win for the Tigers. A comeback victory as they win it in the 12th. Back with more.